Audio is going to be open. I'm starting the stream.
Okay,
Oh, I
good.
was going to say I don't have an email yet.
No, I just started it right now.
Okay.
Speaking of starting it, Serb, if you would like to get us started.
Yeah, hold on. I think my Roll20 just froze.
Oh
That's a good
no.
start.
There you go.
Just
There
gotta
we go.
refresh real quick. Um, okay. Yep. All right. We're waiting for Alvis Tower to join the Roll20 game. Can you get in, Alvis?
Yeah, I'm just sending.
Cool. Okay. Snipe had a problem with it, but we found a workaround. So shout if it's not letting you log in. Um, while our rogue logs in, I'm gonna move you guys over to where you were.
Can you give us
The-
the synopsis, sir? I kind of don't remember everything.
Yeah. I believe last time, the events mainly revolved around Holtzman's plan to test his theory about what exactly happened to Princess Cirrus. And what he's deduced based on his actions. Just going over what happened in the tower. You all went up using a magic scroll of alter self. Holtzman was able to appear as his self from 1,000 years ago to Cirrus and put on a bit of a show of doing a checkup on. When he pulled from his bag a bloodletting knife for a routine, what he said was a routine blood test, um,
A syringe.
that's when the Redshift began. Um, so Holtzman has now become fully convinced of his theory, which is that um, the thing that is attached to Princess Ceres is preventing her from being in danger of any kind, even the smallest.
Oh, it was like fear or something like that. Anything that triggered her fear response.
Well, anything that might be dangerous would trigger a fear response.
Well, I mean, unless she wasn't afraid of it.
That's true. Um, but even so, he surely would have mentioned to you that he knows that Sirius has had blood drawn, um, regularly throughout her life. It's not really that she's afraid of having her blood drawn. For her, it's kind of a routine thing.
But she
Um,
didn't like it. That was said last time.
Nobody. There's probably not a child in the world who likes getting poked like that.
Right.
Yep.
Hate needles.
Um, so he had said just the tension and shock of seeing the blade and needle would have been enough to represent a threat to her being. and set it off. But yeah, you guys, aside from Montlaurent, are here in the forwardmost camp. And there were some plottings about what to do between sessions. But you all have the table now to decide what you'd like to do to solve this problem.
Yeah, so if fear is her trigger response, well then we got to come at this very meticulously. Educate educate the princess that the only thing to fear is fear itself, and maybe big scary interdimensional monsters that might be haunting it.
Do we think the creature is stationary?
What was that?
Do we think the creature is stationary? If so, directing your focus towards the back part of her room and trying to get it to appear should be the way to actually get it to manifest. If it can't move when she turns.
One of the things Holtzman did do in his effort was get her to look through a mirror. I think Alvis Taver was the one who requested that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And she didn't seem to be able to see or notice anything.
Yeah,
But
so
it,
I think
it had disappeared by that point, or it hadn't appeared yet, right?
no, it is.
It was there.
I believe at that time it was there.
Yeah, I think this is more of an existential thing, which is why I think like perhaps educating her through
Right, story time, right?
this might be the best way. What were you saying?
Also, Alvis and Ambergreen, your mics are a little bit crusty. Did you, by any chance, happen to update the same NVIDIA thing that Montlaurent did?
I have
God damn it.
Because apparently there was a card update that AI enhances your voice to make it sound very bad.
Yeah, it's the new version of Broadcast.
I updated it, but I thought I turned it off.
And no, I do have a driver's waiting for me to update.
Does it sound
I think
like it's doing
you're-
that for me?
It's not in the driver, it's in Broadcast. So if you just updated your driver, you're fine.
I'm saying I have a driver update waiting for me. I haven't updated anything recently.
Gotcha. You sound relatively okay. It's mostly Ambergreen who sounds like the mic is in a pillow.
I just turned down the
that
volume
better?
for everyone.
Oh yeah, that's way better, dude. What did you do?
I switched in NVIDIA to the camera mic and not my fucking Yeti.
All right.
Whatever. I have a professional microphone over here. I'm in the process of hooking up. Like, we'll get there.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Thank you. Anyway, sorry to distract.
But no, I think this is more of an existential. Give me a second. My alarm's going off. Jesus Christ. Okay, I think this is more of an existential kind of thing she has to notice and understand what's going on, which is why Holtzman, as somebody who's close to her, I would like maybe to use this red time to devise maybe a some sort of history lesson through the classical means of barding. I look over to Evergreen.
Yeah, that is what we discussed, right? A custom fairy tale.
Holtzman says, well, I've heard some of your tales by now, but I have missed the past 1,000 years. So if you want to teach her anything contemporary, I'll only be there to assist with the illusion, we'll say.
Yeah. So when I mean why I think you would be very important for this is we need to teach her of courage in the face of the unknown. And I think we can do that with the story of what has happened to the Empire. Less like what has happened to us and our adventures here, but more what might have happened to a theoretical empire because of an inability to face one's fears. We need to give somebody. We need to give the princess, sorry, Cirrus, the uh, encouragement to find that courage. I hate to say encouragement and courage at the same time. That's a failing of the English language, but
I will help you however I'm able to.
yeah, but it should be a fun story. Um, though I'm getting a little like feeling that perhaps maybe somebody is in disagreement with how exactly we should tell it. I want to be softer about it rather than just hard telling them that like your empire and your responsibility is fucked. I want them to think like they have a chance to do something if they step up and they, put on the JoJo face, right? Feel inspired in the moment that they can face their fears right now, right here. And
Yeah, we need to tell her a story about a princess who, it comes to be that has the power to do the thing, so that she'll be like, you know, uh, so that she feels like she would do that if she were that princess, and then reveal that, oh, you are.
okay, then we are in agreement. I'm just not Mont Lauren and I are in agreement on how this should be done. We're not saying it in the same way. Yeah, the never ending story. Exactly.
Exactly. He's here right now. He just doesn't know it.
But the reason why you'd be important to this Holtzman is because not only do I feel like you kind of serve a tutor role to Cirrus, but you're the only connection that we have to any kind of literary themes from 1,000 years ago that could be used to help the princess. You're the only one who knows the princess personally. What kind of, themes might resonate with them more than just us riffing. I'm sure Evergreen is a fantastic bard, but if we use tropes tailored to what Cirrus might understand, we don't risk confusing them, which might instill fear.
Well,
She
and remember, I'm a shepherd. That's right. I come, at my heart. That's where I came from.
You're a bard.
she does have a certain love for a certain book, and I'm a bit ashamed to admit that I might have not fully paid attention uh, to her at the one or two times she decided to extol it to me. Um, but I remember it was an adventure book. Some ridiculous high flying journey. Um,
You mean like ours?
That sounds perfect.
well, like I said, I didn't pay the closest attention, but we may need to get the details out of her and do it live, so to speak.
So what you're saying is you should or we should ask her questions about her story, and then once you were done with that, just, as a passing interest, give her history lesson.
I do think if you ask her about it, you may be able to get her to talk about it quite easily.
Amberine, how are you
Yeah.
doing with writing the epic of our journey? Because I think we're gonna need it.
It's notes and piles of things, but I mean, I can improvise.
Okay.
Maybe. I'll have Elvis there. He can help.
If a
Maybe
child's
prepare
summary,
a little.
For sure. I'll study my notes.
if a child's summary of her favorite book is enough for you to match it in theming and style, then maybe that would work.
Yeah, I think you're right. And trading stories. I can tell you one, you can tell me one.
Well, I think perhaps Folkman and myself and anybody else who thinks that they should go with us should perhaps create a lesson plan. Amber Green, I think you should probably work on some notes for our epic that we will tell the princess. Perhaps get a flash of inspiration from your muse.
Yes, I'll.
Because I think, funnily enough, like some kind of fantasy, we might save the world through song.
Right?
Otherwise, I don't mean to bring down the mood, but I have a dark feeling that we are not going to have another chance at this.
I agree.
Is
Well,
anyone?
What do you suppose will happen when you get through to her this idea?
I honestly don't know. I was thinking perhaps we would create a positive feedback loop where. Okay, I'll put on some. We could possibly create some kind of positive feedback loop where uh, the princess, in having the courage to face her fear, becomes the thing that endangers herself, and thus the monster must get rid of itself in order to, you know, work against that paradoxical situation of being the thing that causes her fear. She needs to see the redshift in order for us to kill it, or the heavens, or whatever we're going to call the thing. She has to see the thing in order for us to be able to kill it.
Right, but she is also wired for a fear response. So if she sees it and is afraid, we're going to have just another redshift.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. But will the redshift alter itself in order to be something that she won't be afraid of? Because the redshift seems to leave her unharmed.
Maybe if, Ambergreen, maybe if you weave a story about illusions within illusions and deception within illusions, it might
Right.
hammer home the point as a pointing out instruction. Because some of that pointing out is what hits the subconscious, while the conscious goes, yeah, another story, great. And then the subconscious can have a light bulb moment, but then we have to also be prepared for she sees it, she recognizes what she sees, and has another fear attack. No, that's not going to work. So we need to come up with a different response.
Yeah, we need her to not be seeing it, what's the
Well,
word?
it is a fearsome thing. So,
Yeah, but yeah, illusions, or appears to be this when it's not as scary as it is.
Let me ask you this, Holtzman. If we made it real, had her actually see it, do you think that would disconnect her from it? And so she wouldn't be able to do the Redshift thing anymore?
That I couldn't possibly say. If she sees it, then it will become real. The inverse of that statement is that if she can't see it, it's not yet real. Then
can we flip her from afraid to pissed? That might do it. Get her angry. That is a different response than fear. Goes right past the fear into pissed off.
I mean, yeah, anger is a response to pain and/or fear.
Right, but it's a different response. And if the redshift is triggered by a fear response and or timing, since there's been nothing to be afraid of for 1,000 years.
Holtzman, how did she react to your adventuring party?
well, I'm sure you know that by the time. Well, no, he corrects himself. We first met at the festival.
Yes, all of you met at the festival. My rival technically was supposed to win. Kieran.
That's right. You told me about the strange happenings in your present day. Well,
If we were to all take on the form of your party members, do you think that would elicit a better response?
I think it's unlikely. She didn't know how many of them had died.
But she did know about them. She presented us the crown.
Yes, that is to say, she did see Ferris stabbed to death in front of her. So,
Yeah, that's a yikes.
if one of you were to take the guise of Ferris, then she might be surprised in a worse way.
Yeah, exactly. The danger.
Um, I think I could safely introduce you as traveling heroes, however.
Here to exchange a story for educational purposes.
Well, just to tell a sick princess a story.
Well, I might need to ask that fellow with the big boar for some help. But if I had tools for the job, I could play the part of doctor doing diagnostics. And to keep her entertained while I do that boring work, I've invited you all to entertain.
I can be entertaining.
Well, no offense to you, Holtzman, but perhaps the medical or medicinal side of your role does elicit an atmosphere of tension. Perhaps this could just be for educational purposes. Perhaps, you only ever come for medical purposes, that perhaps her father and mother thought it would be appropriate for, her to have an actual day as a princess to hear stories from traveling bard or adventurers, as you suggested, and because you are close with the princess, that you were required to come with us. You even picked us out.
If you can convince her of that, then there's no need for further trickery. That's okay with me.
Well, if it's okay with you, it's barely any kind of convincing. You just need to tell her that we're the adventurers that you trust in telling her a story.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like the simpler story's the better one.
Okay.
Almost
we'll
always
that.
is.
Does she know about her parents' whereabouts? Are they the kind to allow such a thing?
Um, he says, I believe they had a small theater room in the tower, but I doubt we'll be able to bring her there. So we might just need to offer that this is a private gift of sorts.
Yeah, and if we're trying to inspire her to be more powerful, let's say, for her to recognize the strength within herself and that perhaps maybe something is wrong, then, private events and gifts, actually playing up the fact that she's a princess, not some trapped or sick thing.
True. Very true. Perhaps you are looking for her critique before you bring it public.
I like that too.
Yeah, we've heard that she's an aficionado of adventure stories from you, in fact.
Yeah, and we wanted to give this gift to her, being that she's a princess and all.
Okay. You have my support. Let's do what we need to do. Um, I suppose you'll need to tell Miss Demira as well about your plan.
Oh, yes. I have to apologize for being such a down and dope. Such a downer.
When did that happen?
Oh, when I came back, I've been such a downer after Mont Lauren.
Uh,
Yeah, don't you remember? I've been brooding all by myself.
We'll try to figure something out.
We've all been kind of brooding.
all right. Would you like to go tap the obelisk?
Yeah, I guess it's time to tell Demira what our plan is.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. As the redshift slowly extends to cover the Vest province and make its way down to All Saints and further over the next week or so, uh, you get your brigadier on the line through the obelisk network, and you tell her your plan.
Brigadier, I am out of my rut, and I believe we have a plan to how to potentially stop the heavens and the redshift.
Oh yeah, did you even tell her Montlaren's up and about yet?
No,
Were you gonna hold on to that?
I was gonna potentially maybe hold on to that.
Okay. Uh, didn't want to assume.
I mean, if anybody else wouldn't, I mean, I just don't think it's perhaps necessary. We don't need her to feel like maybe, yeah, exactly. We don't want to get her hopes up just in case he just poofs.
So in that case, she'll just listen to your plan as you explain it.
Yeah. So, similarly to how I was perhaps educated to not have fear, I think perhaps we need to give her a lesson. But because she's a princess, she affords different rights than some slum dweller as I. So we were thinking that we would take on guys as a group of traveling adventurers who wanted her critique on the to her knowledge it would just be a fantasy story, but to us it would be the telling of uh, the empire of Vess after the redshift came over it. This would be sprinkled with themes of a princess who resided within the center of this empire, who had the power to, stop what was going on unbeknownst to them. Hopefully, we inspire her to, some kind of feeling of courage and power. And
Something other than another redshift.
yeah, and in doing that, perhaps we can then direct her attention to the heavens, or even maybe then the heavens will become known to her.
I understand. Well, I trust you completely. If you think this is the way, then
I just, I don't understand any other way to perhaps educate a young woman in the breadth of their power in the face of something like the redshift, which is ultimately leeching off of her. We've heard that she's an aficionado for these kinds of stories from Holtzman herself. And so if we draw enough connections to the real life scenario and give her enough clues, I believe she's educated enough to learn the lesson, feel the inspiration from our dear bard, and perhaps then she will see the heavens as as they are, and it will then become real, which will allow us to eliminate it.
Kill it.
Right? Because right now it's very intangible. I even my plan of having her look through a mirror didn't seem to work. She's unaware of the danger.
Then let me just ask you one favor. Then, I need you to hold for a couple of weeks. Make your plan. Get it ready. But those last two redshifts, or the first wave, her coughing, as you described it, most of our good men are not able to withstand that kind of pressure. People have been collapsing all over the zone. I need to give people time to get out if you're going to be talking to her.
It absolutely makes sense. It likewise gives us and our bard plenty of time to create a lesson plan, strategy, and an introduction so that we can trade stories, as Holtzman suggested.
Plus, I need to get some people out west because we need to start evacuating the eastern cities. This thing is getting bigger. We're getting reports from the edge that it's coming over the fence.
I had a theory about that actually. We had heard. I believe we have endangered ourselves by becoming closer to the issue. We have introduced to the heavens that the outside world beyond its current expansion is potentially something that the princess can be afraid of. Maybe by introducing that idea to the princess, a world beyond the empire. Uh, Maybe that's what's giving it influence.
Well, even more importantly, if that is true, we need to start moving people out in these evacuations. So, 2 weeks. That's how long I need you to wait. I'll get everybody who can't stand this out of the zone, and put them on duty over in the Empire, getting as many people out of there as they possibly can. All the towns and villages in that direction need to move before the Redshift gets any bigger. And then I'm coming up there to meet you before this is all over.
No, I'll get to see you one last time.
Don't act like you're going to your death now.
Oh, I'm not. I'm certainly running away again.
Good. That's what I want to hear. Stick to the plan. I'll see you soon.
I salute.
She's off. Now, if there's anything you guys want to do in about 2 weeks, now's your chance. If you haven't long rested, you can long rest. Mount Lauren, you can long rest too if you have to hit the button. And otherwise, whenever you're ready, and in the interest of time, if there's nothing pressing, we can go straight to it.
You ready, Ambergreen?
The Ambergreen was going to get some inspo from.
I got the notes I got. I mean, where else am I going to get anything?
It's true.
Or weren't you gonna pray or something? You know, get your story.
I
put
did
together?
that. What?
If
Didn't
we
I do that
pretend
last
it's
session?
2 weeks, you've had 2 weeks to try to get inspiration.
Yeah, you got
I
2
long
weeks to
rested.
do that again. You know, put everything together.
Indeed.
I mean, no pressure or anything, man, but hey, it's time.
It is indeed.
Well,
I'm reading what Montlarin posted.
some days later.
Yeah.
But yeah, what he wrote there is basically exactly what I was gonna kind of do.
Cool. Great minds.
And as of a couple of weeks later, everybody without the fortitude of will to withstand those mighty blasts has taken their leave, leaving the commission little more than a skeleton, although the work continues back in civilization as a wave of explorers and similar people rush over as many villages as they can, collecting as many people as they can, and telling them that that big cloud is finally changing.
Thinking about any different spells I might want to bring with me.
Yeah, now would be the time. If you're gonna switch anything, you can switch. Up till we get proper started here.
Holtzman, do you think the ointment for true seeing is something that the princess would be okay with, or that'd be like too icky creepy?
Here, at least smear this on your eyeball.
I'm not optimistic about it. And if we're avoiding the doctoring trick, it might be a little bit harder to convince her to try it.
I see. Okay.
You have anybody here have anti-fear?
Oh
Let
yeah,
me look.
Mellow.
I got a question from Montlarin, but in that context, did anybody go to the tower during your free time, during your couple of days between redshifts?
If I could, I
Yeah,
thought I couldn't.
definitely.
If you're waiting a few weeks for everybody to get moving, you definitely have a couple days free that you could move about outside the
yeah.
obelisks.
Yeah, I would definitely poke about it, but because Lucette told me that I would have to take 2 weeks, I would try to be sneaky about it because I think I'd be doing something wrong.
All right. Well, I suppose you'd meet Montlarin on your secret quest, and he's been trying to see if he can proxy secretary himself around the tower and things like that.
Oh, that's pretty pretty good. Any success?
Mont, you're still, as far as you can tell, almost entirely flesh and blood. There's something going on that's not that, but not not to the degree that you're a hologram construct. Um,
So no.
you
Well,
do you do think that you may be able to maybe interface with the crystal architecture a little bit. Um, at the very least, in the couple of days that you have, you were able to figure out how to see into the um, crystals that monitor the throne room from the secretary's desk.
Gotcha. That's progress.
You sort of maybe gained an affinity uh, to these. But one thing that you cannot find is any connection to the obelisk network. And you're I mean, as familiar as is reasonable with the obelisk network, like you know how to connect to it and turn it on and whatnot. But the to your sense, there's nothing there.
Oh, great. You're part of the Redshift.
Rather, you
Only a
feel like the
possibility.
tower is self-contained.
Okay. The tower could also be self-contained. It's just that sounds awfully adjacent to, what the blue shifting of the obelisk does against the red shift.
Right. That's a fair count. Also, I dissolve when the redshift happens.
Yes,
Phew.
it's rather you more or less have perfect continuity between the two moments. The red shifts have become a blank space for you.
Did it hurt?
No,
Not really.
What does dissolution actually feel like?
not much.
Oh, okay. No,
Kind of a
that,
blink and you miss it sensation.
that kind of makes sense. With your key card there, I can't help but ask, is there any kind of like a physical library or something? I was told that the princess likes to read a certain book. Maybe I can do some digging throughout this week.
Let's do some exploring. I actually haven't yet. I've been focused on what's going on with me.
That's a really good call.
All right, if I had any time, sir, I would definitely try to find a library, keeping away from the princess, of course. So if there was no way to travel in the elevator without doing that, then of course not.
Yeah, I think the key card would probably let you to a couple of other floors. And it takes some going around. The tower is much less nonsensical inside than it was during your initial exploration. Um, After the secretary's death, um, the abnormalities seem to have been removed. And what you find are offices, living spaces, gathering spaces, meeting rooms, historical chambers, census rooms, uh, or files, I should say.
But nowhere that would have like a proper like set of books or nonfiction books.
Oh, don't worry. I was just getting to the part where you find a small library on one of the floors.
Oh, sweet.
Um, it looks like it was not always a library. It looks like it was probably um, semi hastily converted to library form some years ago. But it is stocked with a number of books to give it the semblance of being a library. And there is a librarian's desk with documents kept behind it that are still in good condition in the climate of the Star Tower.
Nice.
And amidst those documents, you can see that there have been a number of people who have visited this library, who you assume probably lived in the tower. Servants and workers, maybe. Other royalty, perhaps. But There is one note in the documentation that you connect to a empty spot of shelf, which is several books that all have the name Annis the Sky Sailor in their title. And every single one of them has been checked out several dozen times by Princess Ceres. All of them currently are unavailable for borrowing.
Who, the Sky Sailor?
Annis?
Annis.
Annis the Sky Sailor.
Well, we could talk about our sand sail adventures too. Might appeal.
Indeed.
And none of them are available. There aren't.
That
multiple
means they're
copies?
somewhere in her room, right?
Yeah, she took the whole stack.
Love it. What else do you do for 1,000 years?
Indeed. Right.
Right, exactly.
Sturb, did you see my 2 questions?
Um,
They're in chat.
yeah. I don't think you know the nature of the beast, if that's what you're asking. And
Okay.
I don't know if you just mean, does an elf feel normal fear? Yes, that is a thing. But
We don't know.
I don't know if you can identify exactly what the princess is feeling herself. You'd probably have to ask her somehow.
Okay. I'm looking at what other spells I could use that might protect from fear or protect from the effects. So I don't have anything that will specifically protect from fear, but I am looking at anti-life shell and
I don't have like Mystic Calm. I was looking.
finer binding. But I would have to know the nature of the beast.
There's nothing in that library, Alice Tab, or on the Asteroid Locus. That is, based on what you've learned about it, that's probably not something that would have made it into any kind of documents outside of some old thing that Holtzman might have dug up back at his home.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I also agree with Mott that if she doesn't think it's her or that she's in active danger, she won't be afraid.
I agree.
And she does like and is used to tales of tension and excitement. But we
Right.
do need to somehow introduce her to the idea that the ability to overcome the tension and excitement is something they are capable of.
Yeah, it's in her.
Well,
Well, see,
the way that you do that, according to Druidic teaching, is you lean into it. You feel it and push and go forward, lean into it. And that gives you the energy to move. Otherwise, you're paralyzed.
So I definitely think within our retelling of a story that the princess ought to be a sick one. Like something at least, relatable.
well, when you get back from your fact-finding mission right now, I can legend lore the series of books and, basically know all there is to know about it.
Holy shit. You can?
Oh, click that legend lore button for me, real quick.
Wait, what?
I would like to.
That's a cleric spell.
Oh, fuck.
No, it's a bard spell, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
How come that's, I
Details.
want to know
It's
that.
just details. Fucking
Did you
cleric
did
bard.
you send that to everybody, or did you just send it to me? It says from Amber Green, so I'm not sure.
I just clicked it in the. Oh, it says 2GM. How'd I manage that? That's cool.
All right. Try it again. Did you click? Did you set it to? On your character sheet, there should be a button at the top that says "All GM Self." So set that to all.
That's an idea,
It's-
Mount Lauren.
It's very small.
So that
That button is small. Yeah.
supporting everything in Amber Green's song is Nimbus creating illusions, was supposedly. Right.
If the thing you named isn't of legendary importance, you gain no information. Well, all right. Let me think about this.
How well known is this author?
Oh,
Her legendary importance.
oh, damn.
Right? Is Joanne Rowling a legend?
No, not that one.
Right. It's okay. I called her
at
name
least-
in the way that she hates.
Frang apostrophe Herbort something or other.
Franca Hairbort.
Anyway,
Whoops. Not that one.
considering that this is a beloved book of the princess who is at the center of the entire world right now.
Oh, yeah, she's a legendary princess.
You bet that the press is rocking that.
I think the fact that if you did talk about this book in context of the Redshift zone and the facts that you have about it now, it would be legendary. Would mean that the spell would probably work.
Oh, great. That's fantastic.
Legend lore of Anis the Sky Sailor. It's a fiction book. Obviously, there's no such thing as people who fly around outer space.
Thief of joy.
What?
I said, you thief of joy.
I know, right?
Title.
It's you may have even heard of it in passing, Amber Green. That's up to you. But from like a family elder who maybe like had one of the books on an old shelf that they read when they were a kid. But it's not been popular for a long time. And it's not like common pop culture knowledge.
Right. Tintin in the States.
Sure, that's probably a good way to think about it. It's an anthology story about a woman who explores all kinds of stars and planets with a crew of loyal friends. And the notable ones would be you got Heracles the Brave, you got Circe the Wise, and you got the invincible Leto.
Leto?
Leto, yeah. And they in every book they go on a bunch of adventures in different places and save the day every time. Considering it is not a actually legendary book, I think that's about all you get.
Sick, all right. I hope someone else also took some notes. my other intent is before we go to since I swapped out I swapped out some spells, but before we do our thing, right before, in fact, I'm gonna probably cast. Where is it? Is it enhance ability? Either on myself or on Neuro if he's going to be helping with the illusions.
Whoever's going to be doing most of the talking, I think, would be making any rolls. So,
I mean, Evergreen, you're telling the story.
yeah, if that's you, Evergreen.
Who's telling the story?
Can I enhance my own ability?
I believe so, yeah. Yeah, and if you want to cast that spell right as you're going up the elevator, that's totally fine.
Is that guidance you're using or what?
Sweet. It's just a spell called enhance ability.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, that one. Guidance you would have to do before the actual action, which I wouldn't recommend because usually people don't cast vocal components in earshot of royalty. Unless specifically asked to.
Right. What you cast in spells?
I think even she would probably recognize that. Well, shall we take a ride up an elevator?
I had one last request, and
Oh,
Nimbus
yes.
seems to have something to ask too.
Let's hear it.
Where's the body of the secretary? Where did it crash here?
He's not around anymore.
That was
I explored the whole perimeter, and there's no sign of a fall.
Oh yes,
It was inside the building, wasn't it?
It was inside the building. Yes.
Whoa. Okay. Weird. I thought that was still outside the building because of how it looked.
There was a. It was a. Let me go get it for you. Is this the one?
Inside the building.
There were planar shenanigans going on.
Yeah, because I thought she fell.
She did.
Yeah, I think it was clarified that she fell inside the building.
See how you're inside the building?
I do see how I'm inside the
Actually,
building.
it's a better view in the other map. Hang on. This one's easier to see the shape of the tower.
Yeah, no. I for some reason I thought that she fell out of the tower, like out of the tram.
I understand.
Yeah, she fell into the shaft, though, right?
Yep.
But yeah, well then where?
You call a spiral shaft?
Yeah, where is she here? We have the key cards.
Yeah, but that elevator doesn't exist.
That's true. It doesn't. You can't find that elevator anymore. And you may certainly look for it. But yeah, you cannot find that elevator anymore. The one that leads to the princess's room does not even connect to the room where you fought the final secretary anymore.
Weird. Where's the body?
It was ever, well, maybe that's not the right words, but I don't think it existed in a meaningful sense.
I mean, meaningful enough that in the beating down of it that she was made no more. I find that pretty meaningful.
Well, right, but we
Yeah,
were also in the space that, we were in the same space as that,
Yeah, I think she was more like ephemeral, like an ice sculpture.
Yes. Well, I guess this is all we got. We can supply some themes and maybe some names and shit, but otherwise, this I'll tell everybody about what I've learned.
Does anyone in the commission have silent image, or is that in the spell book by any chance?
Well, you could check the spell book. Let me double check the other here. Um,
No, not silent image.
what level is it?
1
Oh.
from PHP.
It is indeed not in there. And the other wizards don't have it prepped right now, so I don't think it's on their list. I think Holtzman might have had it, but he does not know magic, or he doesn't know spells anymore. He knows magic, but not spells.
Right.
Ripped from his brain.
Well, the brain is his brain is squishier again, so
More blessed.
And I mean, in our 2 weeks in making this story, do we want Evergreen telling the story?
He's got to sing it. He's the one that's the bard.
He plays a flute.
Yeah.
Knock on flautists?
what?
Well, I mean, all I'm saying is Jethro Tull is not known for its singer; it's known for its flautist.
Dudes both.
Well, music
Yeah,
can
I was
tell a
like,
story
wait.
all by itself.
I know.
So yeah, not only is dude both, but I mean, with regard to flautas, every kid loves taquitos.
I do. Yeah, that's the point. I mean,
Dude,
Evergreen,
I really do.
do you have the highest?
So I have the highest wisdom.
Well, we both.
This may be a group effort nonetheless. So
Yeah, I actually don't have the highest charisma. My charisma is only 12. My wisdom, on the other hand, is 20. So all my spells,
Oh,
there
I
may
hear
be
you.
some performances, there may be some persuasions, but it may also depend on what you actually do.
Okay. Okay. I guess that's right. We can all handle what we need to handle. I have a
And I get a
particular
plus
knack
5.
for persuasion, even though my charisma sucks.
I do get a plus 5 on performance.
That's relevant.
I dumped all those points there. So sure, I'm rolling on a 12 skill, but plus 5, motherfucker.
Now, I must ask you one more thing. Your gear, your weapons.
Yeah, we can't have those.
Will
I'm
you
gonna
attempt to
have-
get away with maybe playing with them? Or try to go light?
I won't need my weapons. Anything I do that's of meaning will either use my focus or will be a spell anyway.
That's
So
fair.
I have a low key question for Holtzman, which is also just actually a question for the DM. Traditionally, small swords, such as rapiers, were court weapons that you could wear in front of royalty as more of a fashion statement than an actual weapon.
That's true. Yeah, in your case, that might be just fine.
All right, I'll leave everything else behind, though. No bone daggers, no
Okay.
anything like that.
Yeah, you're not laden with like 5 quivers.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
absolutely not.
Naya will gimp so that she carries a staff.
Likewise,
Yeah, that's reasonable.
interesting. In that story, let's say in the series, because I was able to see at least what I believe to be every single book in the Sadak. I mean, their nobility. Is there anything about like a construct or something? Is that something, perhaps if I were to take the time to take the knife or demount the knife off of Keen's head, maybe put some shoes on her claws? Is there a way I can gussy that up to be interesting like that?
I think if you de-armed Keen, you'd probably be able to make her pretty presentable. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that just that would take away the adamantine gore and the trample, I suppose. I mean, I guess it could still trample you, but
she still tramples. But yeah, just the gore would go away.
okay. I would take the time to do that. Maybe even put in a decorative headpiece if I had enough time, but I don't know how much time I would have to tinker around with something.
You've got a couple of weeks and plenty of downtime in the Redshift, so probably plenty.
Does anybody know Major Illusion in the
I made something
I do not.
look nice.
What level's that one again?
3?
3.
Seems like something Mr. Sharp would have.
Let's see. To be honest, I don't have their full spell books because that's
I don't.
that's a lot of trouble on roll 20. He's got counterspell sending and thunderstep.
Hmm.
Uh,
Wait, who said they do?
Amber Green does, but
you don't have Arcana, do you?
No, I said I do not.
oh, you don't. Okay.
Really move. Okay.
I actually thought I might because it might be a domain spell, but it's not.
Alright, well, I guess the cantrip illusion is the best I've got.
All right.
With a roll like that, I'll just say that her new headpiece is the symbol of her kingdom. Ceres's kingdom.
Vision symbol, yes.
Yes, Veshin, thank you.
But done
It's
in
a
a
little
way
on the
that
nose, but maybe it'll play well.
doesn't look like sharp and mean.
Shit, I guess the Veshin symbol does look like a fork, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of a
It
trident.
is
isn't it?
it is a trident by Talon.
Oh yeah, no, it's facing backwards, up and towards the head rather than pointing out.
Yeah. You do it to where it's like almost like a haircut, right?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe even if the princess was brave enough to, she could use them as handles for writing.
All right, who's ready?
I
Think
won't force you to role play through it, but Alvis Taver would definitely have a moment of like, I'm not good at this stuff with Lacent, and like try to get like a morale boost, maybe a nightmare 10. Not really the latter, more of a morale boost.
What stuff do you mean that you're not good at?
I mean, I've never educated anybody before. Like, what the fuck do I mean? Like, we're gonna just teach her not to be afraid. In every major encounter that I have had here so far, I've run away. Right? And sure, it's meant that, maybe Amber Green and I got to live when fucking Montlaren's brother died. Right? Sure, it might have meant that I got to live when Montlaren died, but like I'm a fucking coward.
That's why you lived.
You know what? They're small.
Oh wait, was I not supposed to say that part out loud?
I'm gonna
Courage
put
is
my
courage is being afraid and doing it anyway.
put
That's
my
good advice.
daggers in the bag because they're small. Don't have to wear them.
True.
And if you saw in chat that wand that's wrapped in pink and gold ribbons, like braided around it with a bicolored ribbon right near the top.
Yeah, that works.
So it looks more enjoyable. Like that seemed like kind of the colors that matched your style.
Well, yeah, put some of those ribbons on Keen too, really gussy her up.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. That works. I'm sure.
Listen,
Well, who? I guess they'd have to bring the stuff to us and do it, because I don't think we'd have enough time to go down there and come back up.
um, yeah, the Brigadier will definitely be escorting like a supply wagon to you guys in any case because
Okay.
you'll need it. So you can make some requests. Um, but yeah, Alva Stabber, she says, haven't you sat me down several times over the past few years and made me listen to all of the things you've killed and bested in combat and heroism and added to your name?
That's our name. And Maud was there.
Well, you were next to him.
Guess it was for most of the time. I bet a number of my party members would, you know, be quick to tell you how they were facing on the fears head on. I was always either sneaking around and trying to find the best moments to strike, or even riding around quickly on Keen. Most of my glory is because of Keen.
I often keep you between me and the enemy.
Well, here you
It's just my
are.
voice in the back of your head.
Here you are, sneaking around the under the eye of the Redshift, this thing up in that tower, and planning to play the greatest trick in the world on it so that you don't have to fight it head on.
Yeah, yeah, that was definitely my that's my intention. This all goes well. Then hopefully I can get a nice desk job.
So what's wrong with that? The story doesn't want its hero to be blunt and stupid. Not all of them. Not everybody on the team.
I mean, I'm just going to stand there looking stupid. Not like I do anything. I have nothing to contribute to this except moral support.
You have
Oh,
plenty
I
to
can I can
contribute.
feel your feeling, but it's like, eh. We go, we show up, we do what we do, and we capitalize on the moments when there are any. That's it.
Yes, this is our moment.
No, it's not really our moment. It's Ambergreen's moment and Nimbus's moment, and maybe Mott's.
It's our time up here.
Well, I'm frankly surprised to hear you coming to me the night before your big play, worrying about how you're going to impress the princess who's going to tell your story after.
God, honestly, I'm more worried about impressing you.
Really, I'd just like to resolve the Redshift. I've had so much investment in it. Ultimately, if it becomes uncontrollable, I would probably find my way back home and
I
take
have so
Luthor
much
Yep,
with
but
me.
invested in
then
it.
there's the whole world that has the potential to be infested with this now.
I am
Uh,
so invested in this place. I
I
already have
I wanted
probationary
I wanted to go
memberships.
home and make babies, and I can't now. I mean, the fence is broken. We can't let this continue to run over the whole world.
I
Otherwise, the
don't want it to.
whole world is lost.
No, I wanna take care of this before I leave.
Albus
I just,
Taber,
I'm scared I'm gonna run again.
you've impressed me plenty. All you have to do Let's make a princess like you. Didn't you already win her favor at that festival?
I mean, but I've always been good at physical challenges. I am more martial than I am wise, like Nimbus or even Mont. Mont's best of both worlds. The spells I do are tricks, memorization. Convincing something or someone of something is that's what the masters of my guild strive to do every day.
Would you like me to tell you to turn around and leave the zone behind? Or maybe jump into the storm head first?
I can't do either of those things.
No, we're too far for that. Anybody who came here thinking that they were going to die, that changed.
Could still happen, but yeah.
It changed from a death sentence 3 years ago to something we're going to fix. You're going to fix.
We're good at this. I get you. Well, there's no kicking the dirt around it. Let's just have a drink and then be on our way.
We'll all be here.
Not going to come with us?
I think I might be a little too scary for her myself. Same with Van.
One's a teddy bear.
I don't know if scary is the word I'd use.
A big round teddy bear.
I don't know. Angela, Lufael, do you want to join? Neither of you
Sharp.
look very scary.
This is generational trauma.
They'll stay behind, mainly just because the room isn't big enough to fit all 10 of you.
At the very least, Lufael, I'd like you to take whatever time you can to kind of look at the machinery and learn any more. Not necessarily change anything, just learn about it.
Oh, definitely, I intend to. Don't worry. If anything goes wrong, you'll have us down on the ground level. But well, we're counting on you, I guess.
Yep, we got to make it through this.
So I'll send you in. You're up to the 50th floor again, reunited with Montlaurent for now. And Holtzman has disguised himself as his original self. Now, he does have a 1 hour limit, unless you'd like him to leave you alone in the room.
Absolutely.
Theatrical release, no director's cut.
We don't have more
Hey.
than one scroll.
Oh, I'm underneath Naya.
Oh.
I'm like, I was not even there.
If we
Um,
if we have more than one scroll, then he could just kind of step around the corner in the elevator and like recast it while we entertain.
That's true.
And
let's see what-
slipping.
let's see what happens. He does have a decent stack of them to prepare for however long this is going to take.
Fantastic.
Well, he has to introduce us too, so we're not just
Yeah.
a bunch of random fucking adventurers coming in.
That would be scary. That
Yeah,
would
right.
scare me.
Hello.
Yeah, he'll do just that.
I'm gonna walk Keen.
Okay.
Like on a leash.
Or hand on the shoulders, yeah.
I could totally play the Veshan theme.
Maybe stay in the back of a step. Like behind the rest of the gang. If the
Yeah,
rest of the gang
the
cares to.
Veshan theme sounds like one you could go with. I could back you up on that.
You know it.
Holtzman says,
Yeah.
how about I just knock first?
Sure.
That's a good idea.
She may be sleeping for all we know. So he knocks, and pushes his way in, and basically introduces your plan as you've described it. I thought while you were recovering, perhaps you'd enjoy some entertainment to help it along, and I happened to meet these adventuring types who'd like to tell you their story before they bring it to the public. Maybe you could even tell them what you think. And at a certain point, he turns back through the door and beckons you in. And
We should introduce ourselves.
yeah. He says,
Straggler should stop straggler.
come on, introduce yourselves to the Princess of Bassoth.
Greetings,
Definitely.
Princess.
I'll
I am
take a seat.
Nimbus the Stormcaller. I come from the Silver Coast, place that's far, far away and perhaps a little bit further than one can simply sail without proper guidance. It's a very magical land. I'm an entertainer of sorts as well, and have been a performer of many years. I used to be a member of the Troop of No Return. We had the Book of Endless Stories that we would use. Every page you flip would be a new story, one that we'd never done before. It was amazing. I wish I had that book, but it stays with the troop. After 7 years, I had some lovely events occur and departed from the troop, and a lovely event turned into something rather unfortunate, and so to prepare for a journey of my own, I decided to come to this kingdom and be of aid.
That thing is staring you down.
I would have, bowed and stuff like that with it. This here's my friend, well, Amber Green. You can introduce yourself. I'll step over to the side here.
Cool.
Yes, we'll
Sure,
have to make
I'll-
do with without a stage. I hope that's all right.
Oh, it will be fine. I just need my voice and my flute, and I'll show her my flute. And then say, "Hello, my name is Amber Green, and I've come from the hills where I used to tend my sheep and play my flute and write stories myself until I heard that perhaps someone far away needed to hear a story that I'd written, and so I came to tell you one.
She
I heard that.
says, "Oh, go ahead."
No, yeah, she says she can interrupt me.
She says, "What's your story about?"
Oh, it's about heroes and heroines that travel and travel the world and use their unique abilities to solve interesting problems.
Okay,
Does that sound something you'd like to hear?
sure, I guess so.
Well, all right. This story takes place in a strange land.
Got to introduce everybody else too.
For sure. Yeah, let's
Yeah,
interact.
get
Okay, let's do that.
get
Wait,
your
wait, wait.
asses all the way in the room.
Let's all come in the room. Everyone, come in. We're going to tell the story
Locking the door.
about the redshift. All right, let's
So
do it.
yeah, we were just gonna.
You can move past me.
Not if you want to make an
And
entrance.
That's true. That's true.
she scoots herself into comfort position in her bed.
I'm gonna come in
So that she
last
can
because
watch.
I'm the one coming in with the literal animal
Yeah,
or construct.
Okay.
So
In
Naya
that
and
case-
Martin.
Yeah,
I went in the corner.
You can't just sneak off to the corner. You have to introduce yourself.
Hello, Princess. I am a member of the troop, although my talents and offerings are not so obvious, and I leave the spotlight to those who are far better suited for it. But I am here as to support them and be a member, and I hope you enjoy the story.
She's honestly like our mom.
I do kind of play the mom, because they're all a bunch of children.
Oh, come on.
And hopefully that makes the princess giggle.
it does.
Good.
I will clank into the room, drop down to one knee, hand over heart, bowing deeply, and say, "Greetings, Your Royal Highness. I'm Sir Montlarn, Knight of the Order of the Green, 19th in line to the throne of Yu, a kingdom in a land so far away it is in another world entirely. I hope you'll enjoy our story of adventure."
But sir, you're wearing our sign.
As a matter of respect, but also because, like any good adventurer, I'm here to lend my hand wherever it is needed.
She straightens up enough to say, then welcome to Vesov. Awkwardly.
I will nod, smile, and stand up and say, "Thank you, my lady. It's an honor." I am deliberately staying close to her, just FYI.
Okay.
Like, I'm not trying to be threatening, I just want to be close.
Yeah.
Alice Tapper will tentatively walk in and say, I guess that's our turn then. Looking at Keen and guiding her down and laying her down here. I will likewise, once I've seated Keen, bow on one knee and will say, I am Albus Taver Grandtassel. I am a student from a guild, likewise, from a kingdom far, far away, but nearer than you might know. I came with these great people to learn and become better so that I could share what knowledge I've learned with anybody who is in need. And thus, we took up this story and we wanted you to sort of judge its prose. We heard that you were a fan of a classic adventure tale.
She says, okay, and then she cranes her neck and then says, what is that? An animal?
Yes, this is Keen. Keen is my familiar, an animal bonded to me. Would you like to pet Keen? She's quite warm despite the cold exterior.
Um, that's okay, but maybe later.
At your will, Your Majesty.
I didn't want to startle you, but if you would like to meet my dear friend Bedath, who is similarly a familiar, uh, his appearance might just be a little jarring. He's very soft and safe to the touch, and doesn't bite. Very friendly. Never makes a mess. But he looks like he's emanating blue fire. It's totally safe. It's never hurt anybody. It never will. Would you like to meet my owl friend, Death?
Holtzman says, does he have a part in the play, perhaps?
Oh well, like there's a bird call that sometimes comes.
Well, he's the guide, right? I mean, isn't he the guide at that one part?
Yeah, and so he'll make some bird calls, and they won't be like ear piercingly loud because he's very trained and very very capable. But
You look good, Bert.
if that would
So
be
he
all
shows
right.
up in that moment, and he's the.
All right, here I will bring out my friend.
Like Archimedes in Sword in the Stone.
Yeah, in a very like illusionist sort of way, kind of putting my hands forward and making like a loop with them, and when the loop's completed, there's the death where there used to be thin air. One of those sort of
Fancy.
moves.
Fancy.
Oh my, it glows too.
Yeah. Like I said, very, very safe to the touch. Would you like to meet him? Would you like to pet him? Maybe later. No rush.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, right.
Just sit on my shoulder.
So are we
here.
gonna settle in?
Yeah, we're gonna take this in turns. Each of you gets one turn to do your adventure. Speak of your adventure, and you're all there now. Each turn will represent 1 week. And each turn we'll see what happens to this red line.
What red line? Oh, that red line. Okay.
Yeah.
So, you can all decide on a turn order, or if you want to kind of do it as a big group all at once, that's totally fine. And then I'll call for any rolls if we need it, and keep it to about 1 to 2 minutes of storytelling, and we'll see how it goes.
I should say I did not expect nor did I prepare any part of being on stage.
Well, you're here now.
I know.
Yes, and
While they're
That's true.
doing that, I
Yeah.
want to clarify. Holtzman, with your permission, I can create minor illusions to help tell the tale, right?
Um, he says, yes, that's Oh, they do that around the theaters, don't they? Here, Cirrus. Uh, enchanters and illusionists, and she nods and said she's seen stuff like that before.
And don't worry, if I, ever cast the wrong spell or in a funny way, Mr. Holtzman here is going to use his powerful magic to knock me down and kick me out of the tower. So I certainly don't want that to happen. We'll definitely keep things nice and clean.
Well, how do you want to open the story, folks?
I thought Ambergreen was gonna sing.
Yeah, Evergreen, why don't
Well,
you?
if he's gonna sing,
I will
it's gonna
definitely
be
do
about-
part of it. Yeah.
It's gonna be about something.
Okay. I mean, I'm out of character. I'm thinking of this tactically. So,
I
like,
must
my
start
thought,
at the beginning.
right? My thought is, if we're doing this week by week of our story, then the first thing we need to do is set the scene. That's more the kind of question I was asking. If nobody
Well-
seems to be stepping forward, I will.
I can play the
So-
theme the whole time too. Like
Take a moment.
I can start with a theme, and I can say this story begins in a place, a land called the Redshift, and like toodly doo.
Yeah, play the
can
theme,
you
and I'll
act
do the
as a
narration for the opening.
Oh, okay.
There you go. That's what we're gonna do.
My intention with opening the narration here, Serb, is to set the
Mhm.
scene as sort of mythic and fabled, so that there's less of a feeling like it's true. If that makes sense.
I get you.
And so in that regard, I was assuming a persuasion roll. But
Go on.
yeah, I was going to say, but I will simply say, our story is actually a significantly older one than you might expect, stretching back 1,000 years, perhaps centuries at least, in a world and in a realm that's long since been forgotten now. In fact, a kingdom so old that its name is lost to time and now known only as the Redshift. When I came to the Redshift, I came from another world entirely. My world was besieged by monsters. Danger existed at every corner. The knights that I had joined were almost fallen. My own father thought that we were lost, and he sent my brother here before me, not to help you, but as a sanctuary from our own troubles. And so that's how our family came to this world. I came in search of my brother, and that's how I found the expedition at a fortress called Maricus. And then I'll describe the fortress and the expedition, and pass the torch to whoever's next.
So scary. Is everybody in your home okay? Are they?
Oh, have no fear, princess.
Too
The
late.
fact that I arrived.
No, you she didn't take well to that true story of danger and evil and fiends, really. Um she seemed genuinely concerned for you and yours. And that worry about what's happening to those people seemed to trigger something deep in there, and the redshift begins again, and you're forced to retreat.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
That's one turn. You'll receive reports a little bit later that the redshift has expanded a good number of miles by this point. The next week, when you return, you have your second turn. How would you like to start it this time?
So, context. Are we like restarting the story, or is it like we're continuing the story?
Let me tell you how that goes. Holtzman enters and makes his apologies and eventually deduces that Ceres remembers the story getting started, but uh, with a little guidance by Holtzman, believes herself to have fallen asleep very quickly during it.
Okay, makes sense.
He says, "You must have just been tired," um, and that's all right. My friends are staying here for several days yet, and they're happy to run through it again with you. It's all practice, after all. Um, remember, they are storytellers, uh, so uh, I believe they've made it up from whole cloth, haven't they?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Turn
Sorry.
number
What I
2. How would you like to go with it?
Uh,
I will. So she remembers the first part you said.
Um, she doesn't really remember any specifics, just that it started taking place long ago in a land forgotten to time.
Oh
Known
yes,
only as the Redshift.
Yeah.
yes. The land got into time known only as the Redshift, and the Redshift was this odd sort of place. People didn't want to go there because the Redshift
Oh, don't be scared.
didn't want it to, and so uh, what it took was people to find a shielding, a form of courage that would help them stay in rather than having to retreat. It's this interesting thing. The redshift itself, it would kind of come and go, like almost as if it was maybe like a breathing in or a breathing out of sorts from the place where it would come from.
Well, what do you mean it didn't want them? What was it? How did it work?
It made the place very unpleasant. The rain would be like the worst rain ever. Um, if you tried to fish, you'd like never find the fish, but sometimes you'd find the fish where you're not looking for them when you're not ready to be fishing. It just did weird things. There's this one city that there's a this weird paper all over it, and it was super spooky. There was absolutely nobody living there. I'm sure they all retreated when whatever it is happened, or maybe they put the paper to try to scare people off when they retreated. But either way, I think the people got away safely. It's hard to say because the initial events happened so long ago that the sages barely have any records of it. So what the sages and other minds had in mind was to find some way to assemble a courageous group of heroes to utilize this protective courage as a way to make their way in and figure out what's going on to this poor kingdom called the Redshift where everybody's left.
All right, that's Nimbus's turn. We'll have to go in a sort of initiative here, so that you can each take a short turn.
Okay.
But she seems to be taking it well so far.
Albus.
Okay, cool.
Oh wait, no, Evergreen. Do you want to go?
I did the first like the music-y. I'm playing along here this whole time,
No,
so you can go ahead.
we're all playing along and I'm doing illusions and stuff while someone else is talking. So when you're not the one talking,
Everybody takes a
we're
turn.
performing.
Yeah, you
For
take
sure.
turns. You can all decide who goes next, but you're taking turns.
If you were ready, Berta, you may.
So the adventuring party, it was more of a group back then. It was formed from the group of courageous souls who used this power to traverse the weirdness of the Redshift. Was called the Expedition. The Expedition made their first landing at Fort Maricus, and they did so by placing a big flag in the center of it, because this flag stood for why they were being there. And with that flag, they were able to sort of group together and put, put plow to land. In doing such, they discovered many strange things that the Redshift had done to the land in that time. Things like there was a boar once with a horn, not made of horn as you might expect, but instead of pure pearl. There was a rabbit that, if it detected danger from coming from anywhere near it, if a wolf wanted to hunt it, it could look at the wolf and raise its ears, and the markings on the ears would confuse the wolf, so much so that the rabbit could get away. Redshift had done many strange things to this land.
All right, turn up. Who's next?
I mean, I can go. If you're not ready, Naya,
Ah,
I'll go, and then you can have time.
all right.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So I'll step in and say, but it turns out not all of the strange things were happy things, and the way I found out about that was a calling in a dream. While I was a shepherd, as I said the first time we met, and in my sleep I would hear a voice calling me from far away in a song, and so I followed that song. I told my family that I was going to go and follow this dream, and they didn't need me around to take care of the sheep because I had lots of siblings. So my siblings took over my job, and I followed my dream. And it led me to this land called the Redshift, where I heard that perhaps all of the strange things, the wonderful things, and the not so wonderful things were the result of someone else's dream. And so with my friends, my new friends, that these people that you've met, we began investigating and what the connection between all of these strange and wonderful things were, and in doing so, that led us to this tower.
I feel like I have dreams about a weird
Feel
place
like you have what?
sometimes. She says, I feel like I have dreams about a weird place sometimes too. I feel like I've dreamed about a place where people put up a flag and they see strange animals and is that the same place? Why do I know about what you're telling? Why do I know these things
It's an
already?
old story. Perhaps you've heard parts of it before. Our portion comes toward the end, where it's new, but maybe you've heard this part.
Oh, I've seen it before. Um, you can try a persuasion roll, Mont, of 25.
25, you say, huh? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not going to happen.
Ooh.
Well, maybe. Let's see.
Could it?
Yep, that's not going to happen.
Um,
I think all of us, all of us feel the tug of some of the most real stories, if you know what I mean. That the stories go to something deep inside all of us. I think that's what I was following when I was following my dream.
No. I've seen it. It's not a flag. It's an obelisk. It's not the way you said it is. You're making parts of it up. You're faking it. I know what's actually. She
Isn't that
starts coughing
part
again.
of the process of storytelling? Okay, never mind.
She starts coughing again, and
Oh,
you lose
no.
another week to the Redshift. And you receive reports that it's expanded a little bit once again. You have a little bit of time to think before your next turn.
She can't see it.
Holtzman
Didn't see it through
says
the
on the
mirror.
way down, once you make it back, I didn't realize that she had that much awareness of what was going on. So, but it makes sense, of course. It must be feeding it to her. They're connected. Whatever it's doing, she's doing. Yes, I agree with Naya.
Yeah, right? No, I tried to leave it ambiguous, Naya. That's why I didn't.
Oh, I even thought I was still ambiguous enough. It was her that latched onto
No,
the.
because you said I,
You said
and then I
I.
did this, and then I did that. And so that made it
Oh,
first
sure.
person and real.
Fair
And it's
enough.
like, well, wait a minute. This is no longer a fantasy. This is now scary shit.
Fair enough. So I just figured we were the characters in the story.
Well, but if you read a novel, it is about Joe Blow. It is not about I.
Yeah, but if
Because
you watch
very
a play,
few,
that's not true.
I
very
just am
few.
currently reading Jane Eyre. Jane Eyre is written in the first person.
Okay, but very few adventure
Well,
novels are written in the first person.
right, but almost every play is.
Okay.
But I mean, we can
Like
do it in the other sense.
the reason that she's reacted the way she has is not because we're telling the story in the first person, or at least it should not be from what we're seeing. It's because she knows the story.
Yeah.
Well,
We got
she's
too
starting to
close to the
recognize
click.
it.
And in some ways we need her to, right?
But
Not
every
this
single
early, though.
time it will generate the fucking redshift.
Or not this way, if you prefer. I was only kind of kidding when I said that, there's always plan, hey, look at the corner of the room over there.
Holtzman says, you're right, though. It's a little too. I fear we're getting too close to the truth too fast.
Yeah, we're a little too close to the bone. It needs humor and some deflection. In other words, skill. And none of us particularly have that skill. But we do.
Well,
We do. But
our characters
no.
do.
Yes.
Perhaps
We
you,
don't.
Right.
Perhaps you could focus less on why and more of the what. What happened here? What great creatures did you... That seemed to work well enough when Nimbus went through it.
Yes.
She didn't respond negatively to the strange events or Alvis Taver's odd animals.
I mean, there's several stories we could talk about that are not so scary, but they involve heart, like meeting grandmother, meeting the unicorn, although that's fucking scary.
You build up to the universe.
We could
Bone
talk about
horse.
we could talk about meeting the characters that we've met in our journey and the things that we learned, but not necessarily the battles or the really scary parts, or that people died.
The twisted town with the caves that seem to go into the earth.
Down into the earth, right?
That's a good beginner one right there, right? Because it introduces more mystery. There's barely any zombies.
I mean,
Barely
you got to remember, we are used to shit. She is not. She's been cloistered in this room for 1,000 years. She knows nothing except what her intuition lets
and that
through.
book. What those books. So whatever monsters are in those books are fair game.
Right.
Well,
Meeting
no, I don't think
grandmother's
the
a good
issue is
one.
monsters.
Yeah,
Right? It's
she's
the issue
okay
is that
with
she knows
being-
what happened to her somewhere deep
Yeah.
down. So that's the
I was
thing
gonna
you got to
say.
dance around.
Well, and that's the real issue is we have to get her to that point because we need to get her to be the agent, right?
Yeah, so what we want to do is possible, but we have to approach it with significantly more finesse than we as human beings on Earth are capable of.
I think I could do this.
This is a
Just-
game design problem, is what I'm saying.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I
think we
hear
could do
you.
this.
I hear you. I can make the rolls.
No, I think I could also do this too.
Good luck.
You just
You
tell
I
the
mean, we have no choice but to try, so, let's do it.
You're
Well,
telling
remember
dude
to-
that one time in a game when you did this thing.
Right.
You
But there's
did
also
this-
humor. Humor is an important part of storytelling. It engages your heart and it engages your wisdom. So don't forget
Naya, why don't you take
humor.
the lead? Why don't you take the lead on turn number 3?
Yeah, tell
Because
us
it seems like you have some
Okay.
ideas.
what did we
Alright.
do?
You come back next week, and she seems chipper enough. Whatever got into her head last time has not stuck around, and there's no talk of dreams unless you'd want to send her down that path again. Right
You know what
now,
happened
she's
to Orvis?
interested in hearing about Orvis and your strange bunny rabbit.
Maybe emphasize the googly eyes and not how scary it was and that you almost died.
Well, it's your turn to tell about Orvis.
Yeah, it is.
Or,
It is your
or
turn.
whatever you want to tell about
Um,
in order to get the story around.
She asks. She asks up front, even. What else was there? That couldn't possibly be it. I mean, if everybody ran away because it was so much trouble, surely there were lots of problems, right?
Yes, indeed. There were plenty of problems, but it's also pretty normal for beings to try to find humor and care about each other and try to find warmth and some compassion and some great company amongst our fellows. And so in the troupe, there's also the mom character who I play most often. And I can tell stories about how childish some of the others are at times. And I can put a hand to my mouth, my snout, and giggle a little bit, hopefully invoking that in the princess. And telling stories around campfires, telling tales on each other, and let's see, telling tattletales on each other when somebody gets too puffy in their ego. And so part of this is finding the fun, finding the joy, finding the simple pleasures in good food, good company, good good music, good acting out of a scene, good storytelling. And that's where I spend a lot of my time. Also, finding sometimes a way to get through a tough situation that is not combat or fighting or anything that is anything but surprising. It's kind of what I do. And that's my contribution to the troop. So I remember one time, there was one time when we went into a nest of goblins, and instead of fighting for battle, which is what they expected, I sat down and I told everybody else to sit down. And we sat there and we waited. And I giggle, hopefully invoking a giggle from the princess. And when they finally came out to find out what the heck was going on, I said, "Hi." And I giggled and hopefully invoke a giggle from the princess. And then we could have a conversation like people.
So she says, so the expedition is friends with everyone. What happens when they meet a bad guy?
Oh, well, we did at sometimes meet some bad folks. In fact, I wear gold now because one of them was so impressionable upon me. You see, amongst the fairy friends that we learned dwelt here in the strange lands because it was to their liking, we also met the goblins that Naya spoke about, and we met a dear grandmother oak who gave us wisdom about the lands that were here. We made many friends. But then we met the dragon and his kin. You see, there was a great bestial dragon who had taken up shelter in these lands. And his children all each lay claim to part of those lands.
Oh, why would he do that? I thought nobody wanted to live here.
Well, similarly to the fairies, they found the fact that nobody wanted to live here to be quite to their suiting. And the fact that there were already ruins here from the people who had left, that just made it easier for them to lay down and enjoy the riches of someone else's leisure. That's what dragons do.
It's full of treasure.
Exactly. You understand. Out of character. When did we first meet fucking Dude Meister?
Yeah.
That was in the spot where Beth Lauren died. You met his minions, and eventually tracked him down to his base.
Yeah, I also need to remember his goddamn name.
Morio.
Morio. Yeah, I don't know how far
I
I'd
was
go with
muted.
that, but
Yeah, Morio.
Thank you. The first time we came in contact with the Dragon Lord, his children, was with their minions, of course. These little men, impish, very long noses and wings, very spindly. They liked to eat fire. They called a man named Morio master. Morio was a man for fashion, a man for design. He liked to wear gold, just like I do now. We met his minions, Morio's, at a place called Orvis. Orvis was a river town. Waters.
I'm just gonna out of character stop you right there,
Oh, okay,
Albus Taver.
Yeah,
She knows the name Orbis.
he's gonna know
Uh,
that name.
Yeah, you'd. I think that's obvious enough that Albus Tapper would know that the princess would know the name of her own
Oh.
city.
Yeah, sweet,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Smorvis.
No, it's actually called Hydra. Because
Okay.
little did we know that a Hydra actually lived in the poison waters that we had cleaned. Actually, he takes out the Hydra stuffing. I had a member of our expedition create an effigy of this great beast that eventually came to the town that we would know as Hydra. That's a story for another time. This is the story of how we met Morio's minions, who were skulking about the town of Hydra in order to find treasures for Moria. I'm
But you
passing the
beat him,
torch.
right? Because you got all his treasure. You got all his gold.
I beat Morio,
Indeed.
absolutely, but that was later. We found out that Morio had a house way off in the distance. He wasn't there the first time that we went there. That's where I staked my claim onto his fashion sense.
He jumped on his bed.
I did?
Well,
That's
yeah,
it
tell
for
that part because that's the funny part.
well, that's it for Albus Tapper's turn. So whoever wants to go next.
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess since I interjected, I'll go if nobody stops me.
Go.
Yeah, you jumped on his bed. I don't think he took too kindly to that, in fact. But it is worth noting that we tried talking it out with Morio. We generally try to make friends with everyone that we meet. That's generally the way the world should work, don't you think? It's better that way. It's more fun. But not everybody agrees, and sadly, Morio was that sort. So when push
Yeah,
came to
that's what my
shove,
dad says too.
we shoved. But the good news is we pushed Morio away. Sent him running back to his father, in fact, and managed to secure a piece of the Redshift that was friendly and safe for the people that live there. Well, the fairies that live there. But I mean, fairies are people. Yeah, after that, the expedition really began to realize that, the kingdom could be restored. The land could be saved. It just took the effort of people willing to try. There really wasn't anything to be afraid of as long as you were willing to stand and face it. And so we did, and we stretched out from Hydra. We even went to a city that was walled up in glass. That was an interesting story, but yeah, even there, we didn't do what you might expect an army to do or something scary like that. We wished the glass away. I
Where did it
will
go?
nod over to Nimbus. Oh well, it didn't exist.
Oh,
We wished it away. It was gone.
Yep, there wasn't even a hole because that's a something. It was just a nothing, as though it weren't there at all.
Because as it turns out, you can wish for something hard enough to make it true if it's a good and just thing that you wish for.
Yeah, it was quite interesting. And it took a lot of effort to take that wall down. When we continued to move forward, Morio had siblings who continued to give us trouble in various different ways. The pair of fiery sister and gigantic fiery brother, they were fairly scary at first, but you know what? After some time, we were given a real bad sort of challenge to hold on, I gotta sneeze. that they wanted to act on, which was to surround us and eliminate us. But we were able to talk them down from it, and instead, we kind of chose where we were going to fight, and we even kind of tricked them a little on that. And when they came with their full force, us with a much smaller force, we managed to outsmart them. Much of the battle was fought using my tiny hut. I'm not sure if you've ever gone camping and had a spell like that cast near you.
She
But
shakes her head.
it creates a dome that is highly protective. Nothing can come in from the outside. You can't cast spells out through it, but we were able to use that to frustrate them, and eventually the two ran off. Their forces were given an opportunity to surrender, and it it was such an interesting sort of battle because things could have gone really poorly for us, but we managed to survive and persevere because that's what we do, and that's what we've been doing this whole time. And so, as we got closer, as we moved closer to the source, we continued fighting them until finally we got to the most prized and most wicked of the brothers, who betrayed his own siblings, those who I had wished to make peace with now that we had already defeated them once and they'd been grounded and not allowed to go back to their territories. He betrayed them and turned them into monsters. It was unfortunate. One of
Turn
them.
up for Nimbus.
Okay.
Who's next?
Wasn't that where we found the wind, the powerful wind that was captured in the tower?
No, that was
That was after.
Well, that was later.
Yep.
That was his
That's-
house, though. So good
That's the part
foreshadowing.
I
Yeah.
remember.
He was fun.
I
Like
agree.
fun.
I agree. Well, he was witty, and we had a fun
And-
conversation with a powerful wind, which was very interesting to me. That's the part I remember.
Yep.
Strongest wind in the world.
That's what he told us, right?
Indeed.
Well, this is just a story, so you could always connect those things together if you like.
And skip
and
any gory,
Yeah.
Tree
Well,
murder?
we met
Yeah.
that wind. We met that wind because said wicked brother had captured him, if you recall.
And he wanted to do
That's right.
He wanted to do a duel, one-on-one combat. He was promised that.
How do you duel
He
the
wanted
wind?
to play.
I don't know. Isn't that fascinating?
Oh,
I mean,
I'll
he
tell
wants
you.
to do a duel. That's funny.
Trickery. That's how you battle the wind with
No,
tricks.
the next time he challenges me, and I've been looking for him, I believe a series of fireballs will be enough to warm him up and slow him down. So I'm kind of ready for him, but
He's
we
kind
didn't
of
know
a fun
that.
guy, though.
Yeah, I'm not.
He's very fun.
It's a friendly rivalry. We're not trying to kill each other. We're just kind of sparring.
Yeah, that was actually a case where fighting led to friendship. We freed him, and he assumed that we were his opponents in his duel, and so fight started before anybody could talk. But
Yep.
His rivals.
through the course of the fight, we kind of talked it out, and that's how we became friends.
It's how we try to resolve everything.
I don't know whose turn it is, but it's not mine, so I will shut up. I apologize.
I think
Not
we're
fair.
around to Alvis, maybe?
Yeah, I think Elvis.
Didn't I go after Naya?
Oh, true.
Did. Yeah, I just said
could
something
take
about
another
wind,
turn if you want me to.
and then we talked about the wind for a moment.
We're not
I thought
strictly
Ambergreen came after me.
I was. That's what I said. I was talking about the wind, and then we
Yeah.
talked about the wind for a minute, and then we can move on from that. We had a battle with the wind, and then what did we do after that?
Well, we had a battle with the wind, except that it was really more like a duel. And in a duel, there's rules, and you're not trying to kill each other. You're just trying to fight.
Oh, right. He was just a rival.
And so we had a duel against the
But
strongest wind in the world and our little group.
we bested him,
And
but
we beat him.
not exactly to his satisfaction.
Yeah,
He promised me
I
he would
wouldn't
come
say
back
we
and
settled it. Yeah.
He wants a
yeah.
He wants a rematch, and that's fine because it will be friendly and it will be fun. And he has great one-liners. I mean, you could make jokes out of everything he says. And Naya giggles.
You're just blowing hot air up his bum.
He is blowing hot air, and that's what makes it so funny.
Indeed.
What happened to the dragon?
Ah, yes. The dragon.
Oh, well, there's only two ways to deal with a dragon, isn't there, Elvis?
I suppose, yes.
Well, and I'll tick them off theatrically on my fingers. You can literally deal with a dragon,
You can never deal with a dragon.
or you fight the dragon. Thank you, Robert Charette. Or you fight the dragon, right, Elvis?
Yes. And you know, we were really shook up about that. But strange as it was, it seems like the dragon's pride took care of himself for us. We even tried to talk to him, but as dragons be, you know.
What
Yeah,
happened to him?
he,
What did he do?
Well, he didn't really want to listen to us. We were beneath him. You know how dragons can be. Both greedy and cruel when they're the red variety, I've often found. And he was no different, but what he also was short-sighted. He forgot that the nature of the redshift of the strange land that we were in didn't preclude something as powerful as a dragon escaping its notice. And so when he set out to strike us down in his hubris, he paid no attention to the area around him and found himself trapped in the dangers of the redshift itself. We didn't have to do anything. He slew himself.
Though the entity that resulted from that we did have to fight. And we did. And then it became purified.
Cleaning the waters,
He doesn't
spreading
sound very
growth
smart.
throughout the hand.
No, when you're as powerful as a giant red dragon, you don't have to be smart. It is to their detriment.
Well, that's the hubris part.
It's only us shorties who can become truly clever. Am I right, Princess?
Who are you calling shorty?
I mean, I am 2'5".
True enough. Are you calling her a shoddy or a shorty?
Well, she's short for, an elf, so I'm calling her shorty, but not directly because that would, be disrespectful to nobility.
Right.
There was some point in that story where we learned the Veshin's music, right?
Don't.
Okay, I won't do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't go there at all. This is fantasy.
Carnivals. Carnivals are fun. Was that where?
It's not very otherworldly. There are lots of carnivals that, hit close to home.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, if you visited one carnival, you visit them all. You
All of them.
immediately.
So once the dragon was gone, what did the expedition do? Did you get all his treasure? What about all his minions?
Well, Actually, yeah, the dragon didn't have minions in the sense of willing partners. He took slaves, which we didn't like. We didn't think that was appropriate. We didn't think that was the way that it should be, and so we set them free and we asked them what they wanted to do. They wanted to make a home for themselves there in that dragon's old lair. So we gave them a bunch of the treasure and helped them rebuild. I don't know if most people know this, but kobolds are really good artisans.
Yep.
I mean, you have to give them a chance to do their art, right?
Right.
You think you've got her proper hooked on the adventure at this point. You could probably go through any of the experiences that you've had leading to the tower if that was your wish. That's the path that you're taking. As long as you're careful.
Yeah. Out of
But
character.
she's hanging on to the words.
Okay,
Nice.
good.
Out of character, I would suggest that we probably want to work in the big bad in some way and the secretary, secretly working against it without using the word secretary.
Well, you have a gatekeeper. That'd be the secretary.
Or, yeah, a king's helper.
A medial.
But that gets us to the tower. It gives us a central place to go, was all I was thinking.
Well,
Well,
and at
we
some
could have
point, is
also,
there a mention of a princess in a tower?
You haven't said it yet.
No.
Okay.
I was gonna think that maybe the cruelest of the Dragons brothers introduced all this information to us in his spooky lab, which isn't really that spooky because he's not there anymore, and it's just us going through his lab and
did
learning
kind
what he
of-
learned.
He did introduce some of it.
I know.
Yeah, true.
It's a grain, a kernel of truth in this web of lies that we are reading.
She says, so the bad brother knew what the redshift really was?
It's not that he knew what the redshift really was, but he knew from where it came from, and he also knew how to, similarly to our wishing the glass wall away, to use the strangeness of the redshift to approximate means of what he wanted it to do. I wouldn't even say
Since he could.
I wouldn't even
Sorry,
say
Jimmy.
that it was no, thank you. I wouldn't even say that it was as clean as our wishing. He more forcefully extended his will upon the area. He could create weapons where we have never wished for such a thing. But in his laboratory, we did discover many curiosities, and we also discovered that he knew a lot about the Redshift, which directed the expeditions in our eyes towards its source and what possibly that could be. During that adventure, we met someone working on an impossible spell, eroded away through time in a cave. Of course, we made friends with him, we fed him, and he taught us much. It would turn out that this helping fellow was very important to the entire situation of the Redshift, and he had lived there, first with that knowledge, for thousands of years. This man with the green eyes spent his dying breath giving us and confirming the information we needed to know that the Redshift itself was perhaps not even just a strange phenomena, but an entity similar to anybody in its desire to want to know and probe the world and make it its own.
Real quick, Albus Tower, roll a 20 deception.
Okay, 20 deception. I will also use my commanding. Oh, that's only performance, intimidation, or persuasion. Never mind. I thought it was any. Thank you. Good call on the deception. Oh, fuck. God damn it. And I rolled a 10.
You got any other bonuses on that bad boy?
Let me. The commanding presence was really the one that I was going for.
In this case, I could see an argument for allowing that one specifically because you are commanding the story, right? Like normally that wouldn't work on deception, but you're trying to get this story through, and
I
you're trying to like ram this story in the direction it has to go without her really thinking about it too much, right?
exactly.
I want you to go ahead and roll higher than a 1 on that.
I really
It's a big difference.
appreciate your consideration of the rules. Thank you, sir.
You just barely beat that one.
Nicely done. So we have to rewind just like 60 seconds or so. But when you mentioned the green-eyed man, she laughs and says, "That sounds like Mr. Huntsman." And then you continue telling the story, and she's too into it to get caught up on anything like that.
Yep. Does sound like him, doesn't it? Somebody take the turn. It's something in my throat.
I don't think I agreed to be in your story, my friend. You're gonna have to start paying me royalties.
Fair. That's
It's-
fair.
I didn't say it was you. I just said it sounded like it.
We
And the
usually like
princess
this
said
without permission. Never.
well, the green-eyed man directed us to a town that was very close to the epicenter where all of this began. This town, in a peculiar way, showed us the history of what happened in it that made the events that would transpire to the Redshift's birth true. Almost the same as an impression, like a footprint in the sand.
We'll cut Albus Taver's turn there. That went a little long. Whoever wants to go next, take it.
An impression like a memory or a play or a pantomime.
Got her enthralled.
Nice. Or a play or a pantomime. I like that.
It allowed us to see the kingdom before the Redshift had afflicted it. In fact, it was gorgeous. Verdant green fields, rivers filled with fish. They held festivals. They held they had many great cities. But also they had a problem. I'm gonna look over at Amber Green and make a little nod as if to say, help me here, buddy.
Right.
Uh,
They had something deep within the city. While everyone could feel it, no one could really tell what it was. Some sort of, well, it stood out because everything was so great, but something just wasn't.
as I understand it, the problem was with the king, right? Or the king's family?
Something, yeah, it was like something at the very heart of everyone in the whole kingdom.
A truth they wouldn't face?
Something that was just so hard to accept.
Okay, hold on a second.
Right.
Out of character. Hey, Nimbus?
We're like juggle, juggle, juggle.
No. Or Naya. Do either of you have something you want to bring up before we turn it so starkly in this direction?
No, I was thinking it was a little fast, but okay.
Yep, me too. So
Yep.
So my cat has gone crazy.
Oh no.
Now that we're here, though, I don't know how to turn it back.
Oh no, I can do that.
So, oh yeah, so having seen what things were like in the past, it was something that they dwelled on, but there is still so much more to do because the town itself, it was an interesting sort of thing, an interesting sort of place. Everything stood where it seemed like it ought to be, but nothing made any sense. And what I mean by that is we looked at there were a lot of books around and a lot of signs, and everything written was formatted in the way that something normally written would be, but is in some incomparable gibberish that no doesn't
It
seem
was
like
like
this.
a familiar language we couldn't read.
It's like there is no actual language that correlated with any of the words except maybe every now and then something just by random luck, but it didn't mean anything.
She says, well, of course, if somebody made a bunch of books and they didn't know what was in them, they just fill them with nonsense.
Exactly.
But every book was like that when the illusion was over, when they were looking around town. And so it was kind of an odd thing because it's like the past was still there and intact in every way except like the information itself had been mixed up and garbled into something that can't be useful to anybody anymore. It's quite interesting. But
That's Nimbus's turn.
um
Unless you got one more thing to add.
gosh, there of all of the things that floating island sure was an odd one.
Hmm.
There's just an island floating up in the sky. Well, my folk happen to have the ability to levitate um, once in a while, and so I was able to make a rope attached to something, send it down, Oh, we all climbed up and we checked it out. One of the
Well,
things.
yeah, the Redshift would want to keep people out.
Yep.
If it made a bunch of the land float, then it would be harder to get to things that were important.
We found an interesting, like,
Good.
druidic temple to the snakes. And it was very, very interesting, very intricate statues inside with jewels and such. There were some other oddities. I believe that was one of the first times we saw one of those uh, uh, rabbits that will confuse people and then, try to get away or whatever, blind them. And other than that, we found a really neat device. It was something for communicating, and we were able to use it in such a way that everywhere that the outposts of courage are located, uh, they can speak with each other and see what's going on with each other a little bit.
Even when the Redshift raged its worst, we could talk to each other and keep each other comfortable throughout it.
I think that'll be my turn.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah. She says, that sounds like how Miss Ailita would talk to people up and down the town, too.
Oh, really?
Who is Ailita?
I'm not supposed to call her that. She's supposed to be called the secretary, and um, she runs everything in here. Did you meet her? You should have met her.
Oh yeah, she was
Oh, yeah,
very
she
kind.
gave me
We did.
this, and I'll show her my key card. Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Very kind. She actually made us dinner when we got here. It was great.
It was very yummy, as I recall.
I didn't know she
She
could do
seems
that.
nice.
I liked the cake.
You always like cake.
Who doesn't like cake?
Hopefully that gets a giggle from her.
But yeah, all of the Redshift eventually pointed to one place, the heart of the old kingdom that existed here before the Redshift. Something about it was the source of everything that afflicted the land.
What was it?
So of course, well, we had to come and find out, didn't we? Took a long time, but
It was a mystery. It was a mystery even as we zeroed in. We didn't know until we found it.
But over time, the details of a story emerged. I am about to turn it in this direction unless anybody stops me.
Yeah, okay.
Do it. Do it.
Thanks for the heads up.
Yeah, I think here we go, right?
I
think
don't
so.
know if there's any way I can apply help with any of the stuff that I've been doing, but what are you going to rate this one as in terms of if you had to make a skill check?
I want to know what my alarm says first. That's going to be very,
Okay.
very dependent on that.
Fair.
I guess
This is a highly tactile situation.
I don't know if there's any way my +6 performance would be able to help out with the situation, but I have been playing music and making illusions, so yeah.
And that's kept her hooked.
Yeah. All right, so I'll just keep up on those.
Okay.
Yeah, a story emerged, and we began to learn what actually happened to the kingdom that existed before the Redshift.
Music turns a little sadder.
I step up so that I'm standing next to her, but I'm going to kneel down as I talk. Like, I'm not trying to be threatening at all. I just want to be within touch.
Yeah, I see
if
it.
I need to be. Yep. Yeah, as it turned out, The curse at the heart of the Redshift wasn't a curse at all. In fact, it was just a mistake made out of love. Like any kingdom, the kingdom was ruled by a king and a queen, and they had children. And they wanted to give one of their children a very precious gift. They wanted to make her as safe as they possibly could. They wanted to ensure that no matter what happened, that she was always kept safe and comfortable. They just wished the best for her. And so they searched far and wide for a way to make that happen, and they thought they found one. And so they tried it, and they gave her a very precious gift on her birthday. And that gift did indeed preserve her in time, but it didn't work the way they thought, and it opened the door to something dark, something that twisted the land through the Redshift.
Ulfman's head is in his hands in the corner. He has given up the pretense.
Sure, that's fine. That's fine. I would like to, if I can do so in an unthreatening manner, like place my hand on hers or touch her shoulder or in
I
some
think
other way.
Princess Ceres is an allied creature at this point.
Perfect. Okay. And as I'm talking, I would like to use that talking of the story as the verbal component for heroism, which I would like to cast on her.
Oh shit, here we go.
Weird. Won't let me cast
Yep.
it at level 1, even though it's a level 1 spell. Well, that's
Oh,
fine.
well, I'll just hit it.
Cast it level 6.
I thought, didn't you have a fright aura anyway?
I do. I have a courage aura. This specifically imbues her with bravery, though. That was why I did it.
Okay.
Right. I actually have 3 different ways to prevent people from getting scared, but this one specifically
Wow,
imbues her
that's
with bravery.
awesome.
Yeah, I also have protection from evil and good, I think is the other one that does it.
Nice. Explains why I don't have shit.
And so, hand on her, casting the spell, I tell her the story of how they gave the princess this precious gift to protect her, but in doing so, they opened the door for something dark to take heart in that wish.
I'm gonna let you cheese that vocal component purely because you're a weird fucked up ghost right now.
Fair enough. I appreciate that, sir. And I'll explain that what we found at the heart of the Redshift was in fact the princess, protected for 1,000 years. But protected by this dark beast that only she could actually send packing and send home. And as I say it, I tap her shoulder and I say, "That beast right there, princess." And I turn her if she'll let me.
First she just says, "Huh?" You see,
And I'll look to Nimbus and go, "Oh, you forgot to cast the illusion."
Oh, sorry. So I can just cast it from here, but I kind of turn and point to that direction.
Then she still hasn't looked. She says, then the things that I remembered about you coming here again and again. I didn't dream those parts.
No, princess.
We don't want to lie to princess.
You did not read
Oh.
those parts.
I'm afraid not.
But we're here to protect you. We're here to end this once and for all so that you can finally be free.
That's the real
We
reason
just
we
need
came.
you to make it happen. We need you to wish for it with everything and see the truth. That's the happy ending of the story.
She takes a short breath and then whips around as fast as she can. And there's absolutely nothing there. The beast is gone.
Chilling.
She
illusion is that of the beast.
Yeah.
she can tell it's an illusion. I mean, it doesn't move, first of all, but she knew you cast it. She saw you do it, right? And she knew there was going to be something real there.
Yeah, I was gonna say the actual illusion was not even necessary.
Heavy breathing and heart pounding, slowing down, and she says, "There's nothing." The wardrobe explodes open.
Oh. It
A tendril strikes out fast as a blink, wraps around her, and lifts her up. She reaches out to you.
Can I use intercept as a reaction?
Well, it's not really making an attack.
Can I banish it?
I do have something on the stat block that says you can.
Yee.
But you can.
I will grab her hand though, for sure.
Okay. She clutches around your gauntlet, and then Mont, you are lifted off the floor.
Okay.
I'm attacking the tentacle with my rapier.
We need to roll initiative now?
Well, this is happening very quickly. So let's see.
Holy shit! If you're holding her, I could word of recall you.
Nice. That's good thinking.
That's just noped. That's just take her with you.
Yo.
Or it won't take either of them.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that is some universe-shaking power.
Yeah.
I'm within striking distance of you, Mont. I can do the chain of contact thing.
Oh yeah, man. No, I think if that's what you're thinking, you should do it. In the meantime, unaware of that though, one of the reasons I introduced myself the way I did was because I didn't disarm. So I would draw my dagger and I would definitely try to do something with it.
Okay. So at this instant, she's wrapped around her belly by this thing. She's grabbed your hand. You've got her grabbed. You are being lifted off the ground. Ambergreen is closest to you. Alvis is attempting to pull his rapier to make an attack at this thing that's coming out of the cupboard. He's not on Keen at the moment. Naya's in the corner. Nimbus is at the side. Ambergreen, I have one question for you.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you want to bait this thing to All Saints? We're kind of getting meta here, but
I mean, I'm a cavalier motherfucker, but if I bring it to All Saints, don't we have all of the other heroes there just help?
Actually,
well, rather, who's there? Right? Who's there? Didn't everybody leave?
Nobody, right?
Everybody left, right?
You've still got all of the kobolds, and the kids.
The children. Think of the children.
And a naiad.
And a naiad.
It's true. You see, okay, well, you said I cannot banish it though.
I'll just pop you the thing on the stat block that says no.
No, that's cool. I mean, if I can't, I'll just think about it a different way.
Yeah. Here you go. That's the button.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so I'm not going to word of recall her and thus her imagined monster.
It's
To
fully
the
realized.
children. Yeah, it is fully realized. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's an arg real monster. Yeah.
Well, if we're not doing anything in initiative order, can I just cast Moonbeam on the fucking dresser?
Well,
Or on
that is
the tentacle coming out?
Seems so.
let's see. I don't know if you guys have full actions. I think you might only have reactions.
Why?
In response to it grabbing her, basically.
Yeah.
Right.
Could I
Yeah,
use my
I got
action
nothing.
surge in order to get a full action?
I mean, shit. You said she's an ally. I could polymorph her into something small so that
I don't
fucking.
think you could do that as a reaction, though.
What is polymorph?
Action.
It's one of my domain spells. It is an action
Yeah,
though.
it just means you get it free, like
Yeah.
prepared for free. I mean,
Yeah. I was just thinking, turn her into a mouse. Then you've got her, and the tentacle doesn't. The tentacle's got you, but
right.
you just fall out of the sky. That's my-
Quick reactions, or Montlarm's getting pulled in.
Grab my leg.
Yeah, I'm definitely. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna grab him. No
Okay.
matter what, I'm gonna grab him, and then I'm gonna cast freedom of movement. I can cast that. I'm gonna cast that on you. You touch a willing creature. Target's movement unaffected by difficult terrain, spells, and other magical effects. Can neither reduce the target's speed nor cause the target to be paralyzed or restrained.
Okay, quick movements. Otherwise, Montlarin and Ambergreen are getting pulled in.
If that has a I have a whole action to cast before I can cast that for real. So I guess we're fucked anyway. I'm still holding you. I got you, Boo.
Yeah. Well, your word of recall will hopefully still work. So.
Shit, I'm worried about the children and the Naiad. Dryad.
Those are
I want to.
allied.
I want to attach myself to this thing. I'm trying to jump up onto the bed and cut this thing open.
All right, so
If we're limited
also,
to,
you don't exist outside of this tower. If I were to recall you, do you come with me?
Oh yeah, that's a great
Oh.
point.
You turn into Crystal fucking Gollum, right?
I don't know.
I don't have to
Maybe
be,
I'm a real
I don't
boy
have-
now. I don't know.
dude. I don't have to be. I don't have to be touching anyone. It's just me and 5 willing creatures. So I just go you, the princess, me, you, the princess, Alvis, Nimbus. Don't you have a way to get yourself out of here? Naya, can you fly or turn into a
Grab a Holtzman.
mouse? 1, 2, 3. Okay, Holtzman, because he's a child.
I'd have to run down.
It's
I'd
me
have
and
to run
5 people.
downstairs.
Look, if it looks like we're going into the cabinet, it's word of recall, right? I mean, if nothing else, Lauren will say that to me. We'll say, "Recall, stupid,"
Exactly. Pull the ripcord.
and I'll do it, and we'll just roll the fucking dice on what happens next.
You motherfuckers don't have time to talk while this is happening. I'll let this run way too long.
Oh yeah, for sure. I've already
No,
done the one thing I could do. So.
I can't really do much with a reaction because I didn't have anything readied.
Yeah, Alvis, you have disadvantage on this attack both by trying to avoid the princess and it's kind of an awkward position to jump into.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is not high enough to hit the main body of this thing.
Okay.
Surprisingly good roll for disadvantage, though.
I do have double attack. Oh, that was a bad roll.
Yeah, see, that's more what I was expecting.
All right. Zoop.
That did not just fucking happen.
Certainly did.
Open the goddamn door.
Albus, there's a void in the wardrobe.
Ever see Poltergeist?
Looks like it goes on forever.
Do I see where they are?
Wherever they are out of view by now.
Is this void similar to the void where I learned of the Ultra Tavern?
I mean, it just kind of looks like a black, like pit in the wardrobe. But that's
Okay.
where they went. That's where that tentacle came
Yes.
from, and that's where they went.
Cast fly on me, damn it!
I can get us out of here if we can get
Cast
downstairs.
fly on me, damn it!
You're gonna abandon your boys and the princess now?
Cast fly on Keen, damn it!
No,
Nimbus,
I'm saying
please,
we can get to
wizard.
Hush. We can get to All Saints right away if we get downstairs. I can't go through a wall.
He never cast Word of Recall. We didn't go to Alsace.
Oh shit. Okay.
Fly on Keen. Me go in there.
Yes.
Amusingly, it would have looked the same either way.
Naya, you
But
should
I would
come
have
here
at least
too.
pulled more people.
What was that, Nimbus?
If we're gonna go and we're gonna fly, Naya, you should come over here too and get some flying.
Oh yeah, good point.
Where are we flying to?
Big
And
upcast.
grab Holtzman.
You're gonna
Holtzman, do you want to
jump
see
in-
this to the end?
jump into the fucking bowl.
I would only slow you down. I'll go tell the others.
Get the beholder.
Get the boulder.
Oh yeah, don't
You
scare
said-
the princess, guys. Fucking.
She's gone.
That's a good idea. He actually books it. All right, Albus, you fly in on Keen's back.
Can I find them?
And Naya and Nimbus, what will you choose to do with this final choice?
I will do similarly. I want to follow them in.
Yep.
Try to find them in the void.
Very good. Okay.
And Badath is gonna just stay behind.
Okay. Mont, I need you to make a 19 athletics check.
Well, that's not happening.
Okay. As you're pulled further and further and further through this abyss, with the weight of Ambergreen attached to you and the force at which she's being pulled away, her hand slips out of yours and you both tumble to the floor. You are in a high tower somewhere. You can see the night sky out of a great window. A few moments later, your three companions join you there. There's
That's lucky, at least.
there's a stairway leading up outside a glass door that brings you over an abyss, and from outside you hear a child's scream.
Be as fast as I could.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have you guys roll initiative as soon as you get here.
Oh dear. Initiative. Got to click myself though first.
Gotta bring up the list. There we go.
Where are we?
You're on the left side of the tower's roof.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I will say this: somewhere along that
Oh,
way,
wait.
I would have cast
Not with
mage
disadvantage.
armor on myself.
Yes, you definitely have a second to do that before you make your way straight up.
Nice, nice.
I
I
think this
only
goes bum 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 bum.
But you guys did the opposite of genocide. Like
Fair enough. Fair
hardcore.
enough.
That's
Good call.
true.
Wow, that was a deep take. I even understand that. Wow.
Dude, Serb rocked it. I even did a bad version.
I'm not of an age where I can like not like know Undertale deeply.
Yeah, I just heard the entire every run through possible in every direction possible from the room next door.
Let's see. Water breathing is 5 people.
Oh, it's more than that.
What's this space?
I've got water breathing. So just a second. It is
Yeah, water breathing won't help you
up
here.
to 10.
Holy shit!
Okay.
He broke the sky.
I'm gonna put
I know,
water
right? I was
breathing.
just looking at that.
I'm gonna put water breathing on anyone in case we get thrown in some paracausal fluid dimension, just in
Okay.
case.
All right, I'll cast it.
No, I got it off a scroll.
Oh no,
We're
Nimbus
good.
has it on scroll.
I've got a. I mean, I got that one on auto recall.
That way you save the spell slot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Allow me to describe to you what is happening. Below the beast's golden collar is a red artifice within which Princess Ceres is being held. She sees you come up the stairs to the roof of the Star Tower and screams for your help. It is the beast's turn first.
Dig that animated eye.
Wait, did I even get mine in? Hold on.
Did you?
My apologies. Let's see.
Sorry, there's a lot of stuff going on.
Click character.
Yeah, you gotta do yours.
Okay.
14. All right, let me
Middle of the
stick you
pack.
in the order there.
Good number.
There we go.
All the rage these days.
Okay. Montloran, the first thing that happens is we're going to use cardinal directions here. The northeastern tendril. The tip of it unfolds, and a red beam shrieks out of it directly at you in the lead here.
Oh shit.
Make a charisma save.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice save.
That is one that I at least have a high bonus for. It's also an
Yeah.
additional like +4. So yeah.
You shrug off the impetus to do harm to your friends.
Good.
Now it is initiative 20, which means as you arrive here and just after Montlaran kind of brushes off that initial attack, you see something below Ceres, another golden ring appears in your view, floating. You can consider these basically true to the space. The bright white is the space that you can easily walk on. So that's about 25, 30 feet off of the north side of the floor that this ring appears. Spinning wildly, crackling with energy. Hey guys, this tendril is in great range to hit all of you. Please make A
Let's go,
dexterity
Brad.
saving throw. All of you.
Hey, everybody gets my bonus at least.
Yeah, that's good. DC 19 dex. That's the northwestern tendril making that one.
God damn it.
Wow. That'll like never happen again.
Oh, Nimbus is not going to make it either. And Keen, unfortunately, doesn't make it. So those who succeeded, you only take. I apologize. Those who succeeded, you only take 7 bludgeoning damage, and those who failed, you take 15 and are knocked prone.
Balls.
Actually,
What was that?
I said tentacles. Actually,
Oh yeah, true. Wow,
Yeah,
it's still
not
it
basketball.
is still the boss's turn. Albus Taver, please make that wisdom saving throw. That's a lot of damage. Sorry, that's like wrong. I did not type 8d8 in that. Hang on. That's way wrong. Please cut that number in half.
Okay.
I must have made a typo, honestly.
You will know true fear. Yes, I guess I do.
That is a saving throw, right? Is that magic?
Oh yeah, that's magic.
Sweet. I got a +0 to wisdom.
Okay. All right. Well,
Plus
you're gonna
4, that
take.
makes
So
it.
we're gonna call it 20 damage on that. I properly lowered the dice as intended.
Yeah, he matched the number though, right?
It's DC 19.
Oh,
Yeah,
plus,
he got a 19.
Oh fuck,
plus
he did. Yeah. Okay, you win. Okay, good. No damage and no effects. Good job. Sorry, I forgot the +4 because I'm done.
I forgot the +4 because I'm down.
All right. Great job, team. Good job, Paladin. It's Keen's turn, finally. She was just knocked prone, but she can get up with half movement if you want.
Yeah, absolutely. Half movement.
Also, Albus, you're good on time, right?
I have to leave probably at like 12:30 if I'm gonna make it there walking. 12:45 if I'm gonna skate there.
That's 3:45 my time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we got time.
We have time, I think. Uh, uh, so actually, there's a question. When knocked prone, am I knocked off?
Oh, wasn't Keen also flying? Can you even be knocked prone while flying?
Oh shit! Yeah, you're right. I don't know if you can be knocked prone offline.
Well, let's
I mean-
see. Was it Keen who was knocked prone, or was it Elvis?
Yes.
That was.
It was Keen.
It
I
was
dodged
Keen.
it.
Yeah, did you dodge it by jumping off of Keen's back?
I don't know about that one.
Nah, man, I prefer him to Zorro, and I strategically jumped right off and then back on.
I'm gonna say you don't have to suffer a penalty if you don't want to. But you can still be on Keen if you like, and easily get off of her. It's
Okay.
up to you really. But also she does have a fly speed right now.
Yeah, of like 60 feet, right?
Yeah. So I think she'd still spend half of it to get up, and then she'd have 30 fly.
I would think it'd be half her normal move and the rest in fly.
It adds up the same.
Her normal, yeah, I was about to say her normal movement is 60 feet. That only gets me halfway
Okay.
towards where I want.
I mean, that seems like good progress for turn 1.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we're flying too, right?
Yes.
Now, I forgot how fly works. Do I also have fly, or was Nimbus
No, it's
jokingly specific?
just I believe it's just Keen
Yes.
because it's only 3 targets, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
yeah, because it was level 5. So yeah, Keen, Nimbus, and Naya have flight only.
I know the risks.
Nimbus, you took damage. You have to make a saving throw for that.
How much damage was it?
Not enough to not more than 20. So
Oh.
DC 10.
Pass.
Okay, never mind.
I just pass.
Nice.
Since I can't get where I want to go, wait, she can dash, right?
I thought that's
Or
what you were doing. Yeah,
yeah, okay, absolutely.
or you started here, so she can go another 60.
Oh, the half the movement doesn't affect the entire dash?
No, because it's another movement. You move your speed, not you move what your previous move speed was. All right, up you go. The tendril flails trying to reach you, but it can't quite strike as you weave around it on Keen's back. Below you, Albus Stabber, you see something great, wide, and blue. Nimbus, your turn.
Below me?
Yeah, just, below with the tower.
How close are
Oh,
the tentacles to one another?
What was that?
How close are the tentacles to one another?
The higher one is kind of far away, relatively speaking, because it's like back a little bit. So it's more than 10 feet. Probably closer to like 50.
How about the two to the left? Or the one up and the one up left?
Like this?
I mean this one and this one. Yeah.
Yeah, all 4 of the upper ones are going to be about 50 feet, like deep in the space. So if this one is like flush with the wall, then these 2 back here are going to be a plus 50 on that.
Okay. Then I think I would be able
We'll
to
call that consistent for the rest of the fight.
hit them. Keep closing my character sheet.
Don't do that.
Nah, I keep on doing it. That's a bad thing. Bad habit. Yeah, it's fine.
Everybody else is on deck, so please make your plans wisely.
We're gonna put a fireball to hit the two up top and the back.
We will give it a. I'm gonna give it a single saving throw for you're hitting both the back ones. You said.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna give it a single saving throw for both of those because it's like the same creature basically.
Right.
So Dex. Good save. Still takes 16.
Yep.
All right. They recoil, but seem relatively unbothered by the damage and continue lashing. Would you like to do anything else, such as move or bonus.
Yeah, I'm gonna move to about here, I think.
Okay. Mont, you're up. Ambergreen and Naya, keep your plans planning.
How steep is the light blue?
Enough that if you went like a little ways up it, you'd start to slip. But you could probably move like 3 or 4 squares up it without too much of a problem.
So like halfway, basically.
Yeah, a little bit less than halfway.
I mean,
I mean, yeah, you could get up right on the edge there. That's fine.
okay. Well, in that case,
The tendril is lashing and swiping and slamming. So like if you're attacking it with a sword, then you're gonna be in there without having to get like right up on it. You know.
perfect. That is what I intend to do.
Very good. Very good hit. Very bad damage, but that's okay.
Well, I can fix that.
Okay. Nice. 6 plus 17. Sorry, no, not undead or fiend. My bad. So just 15 total.
Take
It's
it.
a good start.
And then let's try that again.
Ooh, that's another good one.
Let's do
That one's 15 straight up.
2.
That is 27. Much better. Very good. Two good. Oh, yeah.
I love it.
Oh, nope. Fuck, I did that out of order. All right, I'll have to do it next turn. Never mind.
Very well.
Okay, Mont, which one did you target?
The one directly above me, like basically
Okay.
north of me.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
the
That's what I thought.
northwest tendril. Good work. It seems your slashes are having great effect and cutting through the rubbery flesh and searing what's left behind. Ambergreen,
Yeah.
something good.
Okay. These are 5 feet, right?
Yep, sir.
If I dash, I can go twice as fast.
You can go. You can move your movement again.
That's really the best I can do if I dash. So
It
what's
does take
going?
your action, of course.
It does. It does. I need to be closer to her anyway. What's going on with the princess up here? Like, is that a bubble around here? Is she aware of what we're up to?
Yeah, we called for help when we got here.
She did
Right,
call.
right.
She did call for help, and she is actively crying in fear because she's been magically bound in this crimson armature,
Okay, but
arms
she
above
can.
her head.
Okay, but she can. She
Right.
can wiggle around inside there.
She is doing so. Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. And is that a structure?
You don't really know what it is, but it's probably made out of the same stuff that whatever that gold thing around the beast is. Whatever that gold thing spinning below her is, too. Those all look the same.
Gotcha. I'm just making plans for my next turn because I dashed. So
yeah, okay.
having dashed, I am indashened.
Okay, very good.
Oh, I'm going to try to catch her eye so that she sees what's going on.
Okay, she cries help again when she sees you.
Sick.
Naya, you're up. Do something good.
Okay. I'm moving. I have to adjust my screen between 20 and 40 or 50 so I can see what the hell. It's a really tiny screen. My bad.
Yeah, no, same. You gotta do that a lot.
Okay, so
Honestly, could make the pixels per square smaller. I just do it as 70 out of habit.
okay. And then I'm
They did
gonna
the other city.
cast. Well, it's this. I don't know why, but I put all my web stuff on the small monitor.
Yeah.
So times like this, I'm like, shit, why'd I do that? Okay, so I'm casting Moonbeam, and I'm gonna put it, I want to put it like here.
Yeah, you could do that. We're not on a like
And
moving flying platform, so things are stationary here.
that's what I was looking at, was it seemed to be stationary. It is 40 feet high. So
Okay.
it won't go all the way to the top of the tentacle, but it should hit the
That's
root
okay.
pretty
Yeah,
well.
it's still gonna do it. So let me
Okay.
draw you a let me draw you a little circle up there. I can get it to do the color.
Ooh, damn.
Yeah. Yeah, baby.
Okay, that's really bad, but we're just gonna call that the moonbeam. I don't know why I drew it like
Move
that.
it a little bit to the right.
Yeah, right there, right there.
You
It's like
can grab it.
it's like a dress.
Yes, it is.
Um,
Wearing a skirt now. And that's not
Hexia cosplay.
very good for the height thing. But imagine a cylinder filled with dim white light, and it goes about up to
okay, it does have to make the save on its turn, not
to
not
there.
right now. So
But it should hit the root and then 40 feet up.
yeah. Sure. Hang on. There we go. That's better.
Okay.
So remind me to do that at the start of its turn.
Don't know which
Southeastern
one it is. So.
tendril's turn. Or I'll shout northwest when it comes. Can it reach you guys yet? Oh, it sure can. Amber Green, this is coming your way.
Indeed.
It just tries to slam you as hard as it can. Does it succeed with a 19?
I mean, my armor class is a 16, so that'd be a yes.
Oh, yeah, okay. You take 24. That thing pummels you.
Does it, like, throw me around or anything?
No, this one doesn't move you directly. You're able to hold your footing for now.
That's 24, right?
Yep. And that's
Sick.
all that tendril does. Down the list we go. It's southwest. Whoops, I went past it. Oh, there's a back button. Nice. Thanks, Roll20. Unironically.
Fucking yikes.
Yeah, that's legitimately nice.
Nimbus, I think this one's for you. A similar attack from the southwestern tendril. What's your AC?
20 something, isn't it?
22 with a shield scroll, bruh.
You're using shield then?
Yep.
All right. You use shield and block being smothered by this thing. It can't constrict around you tight enough until you can slip out. Good. Albus, you're up. Let's see what you can do.
Albus?
I'm sorry, I was muted. Like my mic for some reason was muted.
We hear you now.
I think that's just out of range for me. I think I'm gonna have to wait for Keen.
Were you intending to put Keen next to it?
So it's actually it's my mistake. I only just noticed, but the eye doesn't have a health bar, so I'm assuming I can't go and attack it, can I?
Fucking, I unlearned blindness. What a dummy.
You can try, Albus. It's
I
up
can
to
try.
you.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'll also say that
Right?
this thing is flailing around. So like if you're within, the token space, you're gonna be able to whack it.
Okay. Well, then yeah, I will. I mean to. Yeah.
These are not stationary tendrils. They flail. They twitch.
What's that row, that line that
Rage.
they're like sitting on? Is that a legit line or is that just a ruler?
It's their
What?
health bars.
Yeah,
Oh, it
those are
extends.
boss health bars.
14 does not hit, however, a 26 does. Good work. That's
Yeah,
a
you
nice
probably
25.
oh, nice. Yeah, you probably can't see it on your tiny screen, but if you zoom in, you can actually see they have health bar values.
Oh shit, okay.
Yep, gotta go to about 90 to 100 to see it clearly. Okay, Alvis, you're able to slice it as it comes across your field of action, and then it dips too far away for you to do it again.
Gotcha.
And you remain tightly on Keen.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Then it is the beast's turn yet again. Um, okay, Naya. Charisma save, please.
Oof.
You're not going to make that even with the buff. So you must spend your next turn attacking your allies as hard as you can. Because you need to protect the princess.
What?
You
Yeah.
got mind controlled.
You
Oh,
have been
mind
mind
control.
controlled.
Okay.
All right, we're up to initiative 20.
Is that the northwest tentacle?
Not quite yet. First, the gate opens wider.
Oh,
There we go. Continues spinning and sparking. And now the northwestern tendril has a turn. Yes, so it has to make a
Reminder.
saving throw. Thank you. What's the save on it? It's a
I
con?
don't remember. Let me look.
Con save. Pretty good at them. Wow, it rolled a 2.
Yay!
All right, we'll use the initial roll there, and then you'll re-roll it for the rest of them. So that's 29. Job. Um, since you're already mind controlled, Maya, it's going to attack Montalara. Yep, 29 to hit.
Oh yeah, that'll do it. Jesus,
Enjoy 16.
indeed.
And then the beast has another turn. I think Nimbus, this one is you again. And this is a dex save. Low damage on that. Wow.
I'm outside of Montlarn's radius, aren't I?
You are. Yeah, it's
Yes,
10 feet still, right?
could be.
Yeah.
Wow, it just made it. Well done. So you only take 4 radiant damage.
Okay.
You dodge the comet from the eye that crashes around you, and then it's finally Keen's turn again. Where you headed?
I see you too, motherfucker. I'm just trying to invoke the Alpha Alvis.
All right. Let's see it.
Well, this is just going to be Keen's trample. Because,
Oh, yes, this is her first.
yeah, because I can't attack. It's not my turn yet. But I will take a free action to, while riding up, exclaim that I see it as well. Because
Okay.
there was that moment where it pushed me out of the locust.
Oh, the body of the beast is harder to hit than its appendages. Keen is not able to hit with that 16.
It's all good.
And now, Nimbus, you have your turn.
All right. I'm going to Let's see. This one is close by.
This reminds me of the fight with the secretary. Her arms falling off. Take out the arms.
I think I'm gonna hit it with a frostbite, the one that we're already working on.
Okay. Oh wow, low save again. Full damage.
This gets me out of range of the lower left one, correct?
No, they have quite a long range for some of their attacks. They can reach very far. You would have seen one of them stretch upwards of 100 feet.
Okay.
But that was a good 16. And it has disadvantage on its next attack.
Before the end of this next turn, assuming it makes an attack, basically.
Yeah, well, they're all the same creature, so I'm just going to give it to the next one that does an attack.
Okay.
Now it's your turn, Mom.
All right. Well, seeing as we've made progress here, I think I'm going to keep at this one for the moment.
Okay.
As a free action, though, I'll yell over my shoulder towards everybody else. Rescue the princess. I think we don't have a lot of time.
$22 is a good hit.
All right. I'm going to do that again.
Yeah, nice. Okay, that's a total of 17. Good.
One more of those coming. Well, okay, I lied. That's
Oof.
not true.
No good there.
And then that is my turn. Oh no, you know what? Actually, I take that back. No, I don't take that back. I'm sorry.
Very well.
Good.
Amber. Mr. Green.
I'm going to dimension door to the princess.
You will fall, right?
I thought he
I don't know. I will. If I can go exactly to where she is, and I can do that, or right behind her, anywhere I can see, and I could catch her. I could hold on. What is she got ropes holding her together there or something?
She's magically bound.
Floaty dwarf. Costing a princess.
I feel like I could. Do I have to make an athletics roll?
You're probably going to have to make some kind of roll to not plummet here. And that's a 65-foot plummet.
Yeah, that would super suck.
Yeah. Are you sure that's what you did?
Maybe not.
You don't have to do it.
Okay, cool, thanks. I was thinking, okay, if there's a structure, I could land on the structure. But if she's just floating
What about
there,
landing on the gate and then starting to weave a net?
That thing.
you mean that thing? Yeah, I don't land on that thing. I have another idea, but it also kind of involves that similar things. All right, well here, you know what I can do instead? I can do this. I can polymorph myself, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Sick. It just says the target, and it's
Yeah. It works on yourself.
cool. And it's anything anything I've seen before? Limited.
Anything CR 12 or lower,
Jesus.
which
Yeah,
is
what I
very
was
high.
thinking.
Anything?
Do you want a flying creature of
Is it-
CR 12?
Is it?
I would like a
beasts?
flying creature of CR 12. Something that, I can't cast spells as whatever it is. I'll have to turn back into myself, right?
It does have to be a beast. So let me look it up. You can maintain concentration. while you're a beast. Let me do some of this. Let's pull up the monster manual. Let's pull up a beast. Challenge rating 0 to 14. Well, let's just start at like challenge rating 4. There's not too much in that range, actually.
You're a big bird. Like I've seen.
Your best shot may be the giant eagle, I think.
Yeah, I was just thinking. I've seen Naya
Yeah.
turn into a giant ass bird before.
I think
That's right,
I
eagle.
think that's the strongest.
Yeah, it's the
The
strongest one
strongest
I've got.
flying one. Yeah.
And since I've never polymorphed in front of you guys that I can think of, you'll all be like, "What the fuck? How do you turn into a bird?"
Let me just drop giant eagle Naya down here and give you control of that token real quick.
Sick.
Play
Yeah,
nice
so-
with my eagle.
Well, it's me.
How do I give you control of this? Hang on. Here we go. In journal, ambergreen can be edited and controlled by ambergreen. Save. You should see that under Naya's character. Under Naya Wild Shape, you should see the eagle now, right?
It's just here. Oh, yep. There, look.
Why are there so fucking
It's
many of them?
two. It's because we're of many minds.
Yeah, what up my screen?
It's
Yeah, I see one.
they keep merging together later, so it's just Roll20 being cool. Okay, you're a giant eagle now.
Sick. What's my move speed?
You're gonna have to open the character for that. It's under Naya
Okay.
Wild Shape in your character area.
You did say that.
80 feet.
Rad. Okay, then I'm going to fly. Oh, this is going to be nifty. I'm going to fly in ways such as to try to avoid tentaclage.
Yeah,
And
that's easy
go.
enough. You should be able to move the token.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Okay.
Somewhere up 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80. Oh, dude, sweet. I can fly like right up here. Be like, hello, princess.
You can't talk.
No, I know, I can't talk. I'm also dumb like, well, I'm smart like an eagle.
They
Eagles
do have
wisdom.
they do have an int of 8, so they are intelligent, actually.
You don't think they could like mimic and go like, what's up? What's up?
An eagle? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe. They don't really make those kinds of noises themselves though, so
Yeah.
You're right.
Okay, you're below her right now.
At your
Yeah,
feet
I tried to make sure she saw me turn into a giant ass bird and start flying towards her.
You believe she did. Naya, you have to destroy your friends with all your might. For this turn only.
Okay, so can I travel to do that, or do I have to hit the closest one, which is Mont?
You can say a random one. Whichever you think is best. You know, they're your enemies right now. For this turn, they're your enemies. So use your strategy.
Mont, have you've got armor, right? Put up your
I do.
protections.
I
Okay, you're the
do have
target.
armor.
I'm gonna whack you with this.
No, you have to
That
try as hard as you can.
19
You
to
can't-
hit.
You can't do a weenie weapon attack and be like, I did it.
no slap fighting is what you're saying.
No slap fighting.
Okay, so I did the cantrip, and that's even worse.
Do you have any spells?
That shillelagh is a spell.
Hey, how many cantrips do you want me to cast?
Any good spells? I don't know.
I mean, if I'm, anything that I would do, if I'm not aiming for that tentacle, I'm going to use a cantrip. Because I'm not going to waste a spell
Well, but your
slot.
character's been mind controlled right now.
Yeah,
you
you've been
don't
mind
see
controlled.
the tentacles as an enemy. You see me
Yeah.
as the enemy.
Right.
Montlarn is this big, burly elven paladin, and he's come to strike you down.
Okay,
What do
well,
you do?
I've had 19 to hit, 7 to hit, and 17 to hit. So that's 3. 15 to hit, but good damage.
right, I don't think any of them hit Montlarin anyway.
Fuck! I mean, you
Yeah.
know, I've gone through the entire list. Hello.
Okay, we tried. I guess you failed to hit him,
I just failed.
and at the end of it, you come to your senses.
Right. I mean, it's not like I didn't try, right? Five.
And
Yes.
speaking of which, we will try that same mind control on Montlarin now from the southeastern tendril. Enjoy.
Oh no!
You
Oh
get a plus
shit.
4.
Oh yeah! Man, it's like a roller coaster in here.
Let's see.
Wait, you rolled d20 plus 4 plus. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I also have that protection ward or whatever it's called.
So you won, right? You beat it?
Yeah. Barely,
Nimbus,
yeah.
Southwest is going to try to grapple you again. That's a 24 to hit. Nimbus is on mute.
I think when he's shielded, he's only a 22. I do think that hits.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're correct. Okay, I don't know if he went
geez,
AFK for his
yeah.
action.
for a snack or something,
24
He's back.
definitely hits.
Okay, so you are grappled and restrained and take 19. Escape DC is DC 19 as well. And I'm just gonna move you like into the token space, so you're about there restrained. And that thing is flinging you around up in the air. You can regular grappled and restrained rules apply, so you could still cast spells and stuff from restrained, but up to you to do what you want on your turn. Albus.
Yeah. Gonna try to attack the eye.
Okay. And make sure you take the damage as well, Nimbus.
Will the 27 hit?
A 27 will indeed hit very well. Minus 27 damage, in fact. Very good.
Yeah, it's 27, 27. The other attack is
you know what?
whip.
I'm sorry. I forgot to say something.
Tell me.
That thing had disadvantage to hit, didn't it?
It did. Let's roll it again. Thank you for the reminder. That's a 25!
Oh shit.
All right.
Holy fuck.
Oh, fuck.
You only had to roll it once.
True.
And it
I
was
rolled
a
it
crit.
twice and picked the lowest one. And then it still rolled higher. Awesome.
With disadvantage. Wow.
Also, is it scared of me?
Why did Keen do that?
I don't know why Keen did that.
Okay,
At the bottom.
But
I was.
wisdom save.
Yeah, it has to make a wisdom saving throw. Oh, Jesus
No.
Christ, that's almost 10 more.
But you do
That's a
an
lot
extra
of wisdom.
6 damage. Good work. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Yeah. Did I actually use my action surge in that room, or was that a dramatic, faux pas?
I don't think you could use the action surge. You just tried to make an attack.
Okay, well then I'm gonna. So here's the real question that I couldn't find an answer to when I googled it. Can I reserve the action in my action surge?
I don't see any reason why you wouldn't be able to, but it would eliminate your extra attack because you can't use extra attack on a ready attack.
Yeah, but what if I wanted to use it to catch the princess while I ride by on Keen?
That you could absolutely do. Yes.
So I'm gonna sacrifice my next attack in order to do that.
Okay. Okay, you're going to try to fly under the princess and swoop her up.
Yeah, exactly.
Very good. Then that means it is the northeastern beast's turn. It actually has range to hit the giant eagle, so it's going to try that. This is going to be using the giant eagle's AC as well.
Yep,
So,
13.
A giant eagle.
Wow, that sucked.
how much HP does it have?
I was just looking for that actually.
26.
Oh,
Well, how about that? I ain't dead.
You got 5 left though.
Yeah, wham! That's cool. And it just hit me, so I just keep flying, right? Huge slam.
Yep.
That's what I get at Denny's after our gaming sessions.
Okay. The northwestern beast has a turn, and it has to con save, and then Naya, you have to repeat that thing.
Right.
Um,
Of
So,
course, I don't remember
con?
how many D10s I has to roll.
You could just hit repeat on the spell itself if you scroll up to it. I realize it's like very far away at this point.
I could just hit repeat.
Yeah, it says Moonbeam repeat at the bottom. You could just tap that.
Oh, sweet.
I believe
I like
19
that.
is higher than your spell save, right?
Yeah, I think it's 16.
16, 17 at this level, yeah. But it'll still take half damage.
Yep.
And it can't exactly move out of the way.
That's right. That was the plan.
While you're working on that, I'm going to have the...
So I still need to hit the repeat, though, right?
yes, please.
Okay, let me find it.
Going to have the beast do the other thing. Albus, dodge this. You're right up close to it, so it's going to
Jesus.
try to launch a comet at you. Nice save. All right, you only take half of that.
slow.
14 radiant.
Ah, damn. Wow.
Oh, good roll again. So it's going to take 12 of that. You've burned and slashed this tendril. It's getting to the end of its line, I think.
Oh, yeah, looks like it.
Oh, and I forgot initiative count 20. Thankfully, it didn't matter too much.
Sorry, boss.
No, you're good. You didn't do anything. The gate continues to open wider. It is coalesced into a single circle. And it's Keen's turn.
Keen is going to do aforementioned flyby.
Okay. Now she's kind of magically bound. So are you going to use that action to try to react and like swipe the bonds?
Yeah, I want to pull her free. If possible, but if I can't, I'm going to swipe the bonds and drag them along.
Okay. I'm gonna say you can either make a single attack against an AC 15, or you can make a DC 18 athletics.
Okay, what kind of attack do I need to make?
Just a regular weapon attack. There you go. You breathe by her on Keen's back, and you cleave the magical energy that's got her wrists tied. She falls a short way and stops short on Amber Green's back as a bird.
Excellent.
I'm
Good
going
thing
to finish up my
Amber Green
movement. No, exactly. That's 45.
Yeah, then Keen can continue.
She'll actually just help support the bird.
Yeah, just
Okay.
chill, flock with me here.
No, yeah, exactly. I'm going to try to help support the bird. because I saw them get smacked.
Well, you've got 4 turns in a row, so here you go, Nimbus. You are restrained here, so that comes with the usual effects. But what shall you do, Nimbus? You're muted.
I'm going to. Shit.
We are on a small time limit here, so
Yeah, I'm gonna do acrobatics to get out of the grapple.
okay. Restrained does give you. Oh, hang on. That's saving throws. No. Okay. So you don't have disadvantage on that. It's DC 19.
Yep. And then if there's any way that flying can help me with that, I will utilize it.
I don't think it would.
Good
Because this
save.
thing has. Oh, nicely done. All right, you're free and you're flying, so I guess you're just in the air now because it was swinging you around.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I forgot. Can you make a Can you make? Oh wait, it was a 10 as well. So never mind.
Yep.
That was your action. What do you do next?
I'm gonna move. Try to really get out of that one's range, so I'm only being targeted by just the one here. So I'm gonna move to like right here. Wait.
Okay.
Is this spot here or here basically out of that range or not quite?
Well, like I said, they have about 100 feet, so they can reach all the way across vertically.
Oh. So there's no avoiding.
But if you want to move next to Mont, that is fine.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Mont, you're up.
All right. This thing's pretty much on its
Actually,
last.
give me one.
Wiggle.
Hey,
60.
What was that?
Actually, I am gonna go to like here.
All right, that's fine.
Cool. Yeah. So this one's
All
like
right,
on its
yeah.
last, last
Last
limb.
wiggle. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I'm gonna dash. Actually, to right there.
Okay.
And then I am gonna cast Aura of Vitality.
Oh, very good.
And then as a bonus action, I'm gonna heal Ambergreen.
Okay. Wait, you
Appreciate it.
dashed.
Oh
you
shit, you're right. So I can't do any of that. Never mind.
Dash
You want to just walk?
I was here, right?
You were 2 away from Naya, yeah.
Yeah. So I could get there. Yeah, that still puts Nimbus in bonus range. All right, yeah, I'll do that.
Cool.
And then Aura of Vitality, and then that still puts Ambergreen in range, so I will still heal Ambergreen.
He's not. He's a bird.
I'm not here.
Oh, you're up there. Well, then I'll heal
I'm way up there.
myself.
Good. All right,
I
Amber.
need to roll
You are
2d6.
you are a bird, and Sirius is on your back. You only have 5 health left.
I know it.
cake down there.
You got me. Well, I'm like 80 is my speed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna do the whole fucking eagle go plummet, and we're gonna go wah in a sort of thrilling, steep but thrilling, but also safe way, and we're gonna dodge the ring and the tentacle, and land somewhere, actually somewhere close to the elf she tried.
Okay. Do you want to turn back into a dwarf and go back to your regular hit points?
Oh hell yeah!
Okay.
In a flourish as we land, where I set her down safe and sound.
We will just we'll just poof that. If Roll20 wants to get rid of it someday.
Yeah, there's a couple more.
Okay. Yeah, there sure are.
Jeez.
And then you're gonna put her down so she can stand on her own power. You want
100%.
All right. She seems a bit too terrified to stand now, so she clings to you for support for the moment.
That's great. I'm probably of the right stature.
You're still a bit taller than her.
Very stocky though. So
Really? She's an elf. She
Weird.
should be pretty tall.
She's a
We're not
kid.
actually on top of the star tower, right?
oh no, we are. I've seen planet Earth all the way at the bottom.
It's funny you say that. Because
you said something about it being all blue below, right?
Oh yeah.
yeah. It is actually really funny that you say that at this specific instance because having saved Sirius from its clutch, hold real quick.
Yep.
The beast recoils back into the sky. And I have to refresh because the page isn't working.
Oh no.
It's okay. It's just a quick refresh.
Very ivory towery.
A fancy ivory tower.
But in the book, the top of the ivory tower is a magnolia flower. It blooms when the childlike empress is doing her thing.
That's kind of in the movie. Kind of.
The beast recoils, then its body encroaches back out of the cracks in the sky. And it strikes.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh man.
The maw breaks out from above you, and it wraps both arms around the platform that you are still standing on as it crumbles beneath your feet. I took the liberty of pre-rolling your initiative for this one. Here you go. There you are. Okay, the beast gets to go first, actually. The southwestern tendril. As you fall on a scrap of the star tower, down and down. Naya, this is yours. Oh, if it would work.
Okay. I'm not seeing any health bars or anything, so.
You're not?
No, let me see if I'm just not.
Are you on the... Can you guys see the page?
Yeah?
Yeah, I can.
I
You
have
see your
a,
tokens?
I have a seesaw.
Yeah. Yeah. We have health bars, but the beast doesn't.
That's correct. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
All right, Naya, I think a 25 hits you, so you take 14. Then the southeastern tendril also gets a turn. Albustabber. Critical hit.
Oh shit!
That's fine. You can handle it, right?
I can.
Okay. Nibis, you're up. Debris from the tower falls all around you, and the earth is approaching faster and faster. But this thing will not stop until it devours the princess.
Okay. So still the tentacles
So-
that we're able to target, basically, right?
The
Yeah.
soundtrack is like speakeasy fucking jazz.
Which is the one that was the most damaged from before?
You're right. That one should be destroyed. Let's just get rid of that now. There you go. It did have like 3 health left.
Okay. Where's Montlarn? He's over there. See. Yeah, go to here.
Good art, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's dope.
So we're outside the tower now, right?
You are on the tower, on the bit of the roof where you were.
Right, but we're outside. Outside.
Yes, that's space.
So where I'm getting at is I could cast Wind Walk and we're out of here.
Potentially.
Okay.
You're very, very high up, though.
It's all right. We're clouds. You know, if I cast Wind Walk, we're going to turn into clouds, including the princess.
What are you doing, Nimbus? Oh, you did a frostbite. On which?
The one close to me.
Okay.
Thought that was the one we already killed.
No,
that one's already
that
done,
one
right?
was back here.
All right, it makes the save, but that was still a good enough damage roll to annihilate this tendril. Keen.
Keen. Is going to ride up to the princess, and Albus is going to say, "Get on! The headdress is perfect for a handle."
You're gonna have to like put her on, Keen.
Yeah, she's
Okay.
terrified right now, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
exactly.
No, I got that, and I'm not going to scoop her. I don't think that. Yeah, no. So that'll just be Albus's job there, unless Albus can scoop. No, that wouldn't make turn sense.
Your turn is next. Then.
It is your turn.
I'm going to scoop her up and have her hold on to the headdress.
She listens, if only because she doesn't know what else to do. Evergreen?
Be all right.
Yeah.
Pat her head.
It's cool. It's cool. Yeah, as long as I see all this is happening and she's comfortable, I will look over at Montlarn and does he give me what I would call the nod?
Yes, I do.
Cool enough. That means me, Princess, Alvis, Mont. I can take Keen and Naya. Nimbus, you can fly, right?
I am flying.
Stick.
Yeah,
We're gonna word a
I was
recall.
saying no. I was saying only the princess.
Fine. All right. I think I have to go with her.
You would, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Magic
not a
means
good idea. I was hoping it would be that.
No, I would have to go with her. Is the only way I can do that. I can take up to 5 people too.
Yep. No, I know how many you could take. So yeah, let's not do that. If you want to reconsider, would be my suggestion. But
All right.
if
I
it
mean,
was
I can do a
her,
fighting
my
thing.
thought was get her as far away as possible, and then
Yeah.
we could deal with this. Right.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
There's
Because I'm
nothing I
not
can do
sure-
to put her in a safe spot, really.
Right. I mean, we could just let
Can you
this thing
dimension
fall,
door
but
her?
I don't know if it'll survive. Do you know what I
Only
mean?
Can you?
I
Can you
can dimension
dimension-
door 500
with
feet.
you.
Yes, but only 500 feet. Where would we go?
Both in a different dimension, though, right?
Over here.
No,
Yeah,
dimension
but
door
it's
doesn't work like
pretty
that. That's,
instantaneous. Yeah.
yeah, it's blink that you're thinking of, and I can't take anyone when I blink.
Okay. Well, take you and the princess on a word of recall, but then you're out of the action. But take her to safety, and
I was
then
gonna say I can do that.
and then we can deal with this monster.
I was gonna fly her out.
I don't even know if fly lasts long enough for you to get to the ground.
Yeah, see, I'm thinking we're going to have to use Naya's cloud magic to actually survive. You know what I
Right.
mean?
I have a
And that's
well-timed dragon
fine
wing
too,
mantle.
because I can do everybody with that. The main thing is Nimbus will have to be closer to the group.
Well, and my other thought was banish her, which is a thing I could do. I could just banish her, and wouldn't that send her back to her tower? But
Tower doesn't exist.
Well, yeah, the tower's been destroyed, but also
Right?
I think we actually were here. Like, I don't think Banish would send her anywhere useful.
yeah, it'd be right here. So word of recall is what it is. Like, only I gotta go with her.
Yeah, I mean, I want the princess rescued personally, but I feel like you leaving the fight would probably be bad.
Yeah.
I got her. Kill the
All right,
eye.
well,
Yeah.
yeah, because that's what needs to happen. Because I don't know if it's going to burn up on the way down. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, yeah. Yeah.
I'll stay nearby. And I'll help out.
I get her to the ground safe for sure.
Yeah. Well, maybe we just hold on to that for now.
All right.
Yeah, and I'll hang on to Windwalk for now with my finger at the ready. In the meantime, we kill this or banish it or get it out of here.
Yeah, I mean, we have to kill it.
You have to be able to be within 5 feet of me for that to work. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
And otherwise, I guess I can guiding bolt it in the eye.
All right, let's see it, sir. That looks like a critical hit from here.
Holy
Oh my
shit.
god.
Shit.
Oh, of all times, that was good.
Okay.
Holy crap.
Handing her off to Albus Taver, who she basically buries her face in his chest. You then turn and bolt the beast in the eye, causing it to lose whatever grip it had on your fraction of the tower, break free, and you plummet freely.
Yeehaw. Now should I word of recall?
Now can I Windwalk?
That's up to you all.
You want to try to be friends with it?
I think there's nothing left.
Can you tap us out?
Yo, dude, you willing to tap out?
It falls far and fast, and you see it immolate in the atmosphere.
Wow.
The
That's
platform
unexpected.
you're on also falls fast.
Okay, Nimbus, get over here. Ready? Go. Everybody's a cloud, including the princess.
Okay.
Nobody is falling anymore.
Oh, Cloud Ride couldn't do better than a Cloud Ride for a princess, I think.
You cloud ride down to the ground near your camp, where the spear fragment of the tower falls. And I assume you're going to want to turn back into humanoids when you get there.
I mean, we need to get into a safe, location so that we're not crushed by any of the falling debris.
Okay, so wind walk lasts 8 hours, and you can go in and out of the form for 8 hours.
True.
So
That's
we
cool.
can get out of Windwalk to talk and make a plan, and then go back into Windwalk to get wherever the hell we're going to go.
But yeah, by the time flying speed of 300 feet is slower than this falling shit. So,
Yeah,
by
we
the
will watch
time
it hit the ground. Yeah.
by the time you reach the ground, you'd be the tower would have completed collapse. And yeah, you're near the forward camp.
So we're near their keep.
I was going to assume you landed near your boss and friends for the convenience of
I
being
would
able to meet
want
with
to
them.
make sure
Okay.
they're safe because they were, below when the thing just got whacked. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna go through and make sure, nobody's stuck or buried or anything.
There is a screech from the other side of the Star Tower fragment. One whip
Oh, for crying out loud.
lashes around the princess's wrist and tries to tug her off the back of Keen.
No. I'm gonna give that a good
Uh,
old fucking.
No.
This
Yeah.
thing, now tiny, relatively speaking, slithers out from the crater and screeches at you.
Yeah, and I have a sample jar just the right size, don't I?
Sample jar 10 by 10? Maybe not.
Oh shit, that's an actual
Yeah.
10 by 10. I thought this was a case of you making it bigger because we wouldn't be able to see.
No, I said relatively tiny.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
It only has 1 hit point. Am I reading that right?
Yes, you are.
we could be friends with it, I
I
guess.
could try to be friends with it.
I do.
Mont,
See if-
you aim at the eye.
See if it's learned its lesson. But I'm guessing no.
Yeah, it looks like Montlawn killed it.
Yep,
Yeah,
think
it
so.
learned a lesson.
I
You
mean,
strike it
with
dead for
really shitty damage, but it was
It's
enough.
cool. It's cool. I was gonna banish it if you didn't.
obviously sliced the thing from her wrist. She's free.
Thank you. That's what that was for. It's gonna be okay.
Everybody else is here. They've run from the
Well.
camp to meet you.
We should probably introduce them to the newest member of the Aces then.
Right?
Just like that character's name with the Sky Pirates. I say.
Was Holtzman able to get out?
Yeah,
He's down there.
he's with them.
Okay.
See him over there.
Oh yeah, Princess. About Holtzman. There was a part of the story we didn't mention. Well, you'll see.
And also, these are all our friends, no matter what they look like. They're all friends. So don't be scared.
Dang it. Why can't I remember the name of that book series?
It's Annis and the Sky,
Annis
Sky
and the Sky-
Pirates or whatever. Right?
No, it's Anus.
Sky Sailors.
Annis
Star
and the
Sailors.
It's
Sky.
Annis?
Annis
Sky
and Sky
Sailor.
Sailor.
Yeah, Sky Sailor. See, just
You got-
like
you
that.
got there.
Oh yeah. Well,
Isn't
we
it
will-
just like that?
Right.
Get her buy-in so that she's not catatonic anymore. You don't want a Tharn princess.
Yeah. Keen will ride
I'll
her
go
up
with
to
heroism
the
again.
Lucent. to the Lucent.
Great. Just keep her strung out on magic drugs.
No, no.
Be brave.
She
princess.
she
Yep.
says, Princess Ceres. Then Lauren.
Brigadier. I would like to report the successful conclusion of our mission.
The expedition can move on to other things.
We finally were able to encounter the creature, and it put up a hell of a fight.
She says, "Good work, you fool."
Yeah, and this guy's back. No longer stuck
Oh,
in the
holy
tower.
shit.
Right. Yeah, dude. He's
Mom.
not a pile of crystal.
Come on. Dude.
Yeah.
You're not dead, dude.
You're not dead, dude.
Nope.
I'm
He's
not dead, dude.
He's a real
Um,
boy.
Ceres hops off of Keen, and Lucent kind of reflexively kneels for royalty, and she says, "On behalf of your neighbors in the Holy Creating Empire, it's good to meet you again." Ceres looks at her for a second. Puts her hand up. And the Brigadier's body is healed in a blink. Unshifted.
Nice.
Holy shit.
Well
I
done,
wonder
princess.
about our little fairy friend.
The Redshift never occurs ever again. And the beast remains dead amidst the ruins of the Veshan Star Tower, which has now been knocked down to its near foundations. Many people from the Commission return back to their haunting grounds in the zone to celebrate. And at some point during the celebration, when all of you are talking amongst yourselves about what to do next, Montlarin disappears and you never see him again.
Just like fades into the night, disappears.
You don't see it.
He goes to take a piss, or like,
At some point when you're all not looking, he is gone and never see his ghost ever again.
How about his brother, who we had revived? Hopefully by that point. How did things go with that? I guess.
Well, you never did actually resurrect him, so that's something we're gonna have to figure out before we end in a few minutes. Real quick, let me just get you guys to a more comfortable spot. Hold one sec here. there we are. Um, after a week or so, you all eventually gather back up at All Saints, where you have the facilities and people. Um, reports from out west sound like a few small towns were virulently shifted by that event last month with the endless expanding, but people were evacuated, the damage was minimal, and it didn't quite make it to the borders of the biggest cities. So while it'll take some time for time and money for people to do the repairs and everything, things went better than they could have.
I have a question.
Go for it.
Does the princess have the ability to heal the redshift in people and things? Is that something she could take on as a gift to the realm?
She
Or-
doesn't know.
Okay, so it just worked on the one case of the brigadier so far? I'm
Yep.
just thinking of even people that we know that have been our allies in the redshift zone, but whatever also encroached on other territories. That could be a really nice gift that she gives to the other realms and to everybody as a thank you. Also might be a way to retain subjects.
At a certain point, she's become more talkative and such. And Montlar, you can feel free to chime in anytime you like from the afterlife.
For sure, man.
If you propose the idea to her, she'll say, I'm not really sure, but it seemed like I should be able to do it, so I did.
That makes sense. Mont was known to do things like that.
For something strong enough, and it's a right and true wish.
I can try if you want, if there's other people.
I like my stars. They're a healthy reminder.
Very well.
There is the grandmother. It'll take a little
That's
while
what I
to
was thinking.
get to her. but
Grandmother.
She's one of the ones who's been restoring others and taking it on herself.
She could probably use the healing, but also she was alive when Vess was the center of this zone. They
Yeah, so
they
good
could
medium.
tell good stories, and grandmother could catch her up. You know, I mean, that would be a really safe place for the princess to spend some time and catch up on a lost 1,000 years. Because a young royal is now in somewhat contested territory. And that is a tough hot seat to sit in.
Yeah. I was figuring perhaps I could tutor her as a student myself, but
I was gonna say her yes, but if I can become her childhood storyteller, I'm also not at all unpowerful.
Sure, but it's like, you know, there is no army to stave off the Holy Cradian Empire or any of the other empires that might want to take over this zone with a young and unminted royal on it.
The
Totally
sense
true.
says,
Totally true.
let's not burden her with these things
I know,
right this second.
but that's why I was thinking grandmother.
Yeah. So she says she does want to talk about this though. So she's going to send Ceres off elsewhere for the time being.
Okay.
Arisa says future. Well, for the people here, good.
What? No, I mean for you.
Well, we did it. Mission accomplished. I
Against all odds, yeah.
never doubted you for a second.
At the end there.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
I'm questioning. Even at the end there?
It's a shame the tower had to come down, but it was pretty damn pretty from the ground.
you.
And
Yeah. Go ahead. I don't want to interrupt you.
I couldn't help seeing it as the secretary's old corpse at this point anyway, so maybe it's better to bury it.
The fact that a tower has collapsed at all is going to bring attention to many people.
Mm-hmm.
What I mean though is you're an entity with your own agency.
Well, a little bit. All that stuff, people, politics, future of this land, that's for you kids to deal with.
Oh, sure.
We're not going to haunt the, obelisks here that will surely remain for many, many years
Well,
to
I
come.
would hope so.
I'll
Won't
help out a
delay.
little bit more if you need me, but job's done.
I can always take on a new job.
Take some time to think about what might be fun.
Maybe we can restore the flower sea.
I mean, we could oversee that project for a very long time.
All right, you kids. We've been over this before, so I'm just going to say it straight. You got me back here after death, and I got to help you out the best way I could. But I'm a brain in a jar, and I died 1,000 years ago. I'm ready to go.
Time to switch me off, kid.
Oh, fair
Please
enough.
do. Doesn't have to be right now. We can chill out for another week or two.
Yeah.
I don't mind. But no, I don't have any plans to stick around.
No connection to this land, no desire to hang around and tell others about what's happened here.
Like I said, that's the job for you kids.
All right.
So I know we talked about this before, so don't you go back on me. Counting on you. I can't even do that myself. So, well, whenever you get around to it, I'll be here in the meantime, watching you all have fun.
Sounds good. Just wish there was more I could help you to do to enjoy the moment, but I suppose you're gonna enjoy it watching us here.
Right, you are.
Hey, Van.
All right.
Yes, my friend.
You know, I know we're not supposed to strictly talk about business, with the princess around, but she's going to need some powerful allies here in the coming future.
That she will. Well, I've certainly thought about all sorts of ways we can make this work, and I intend to stay here for another couple of years to make sure everything gets sorted out, especially all that stuff Montlaur wanted to do. It seems only fair.
Exactly, exactly. I was thinking if you could run me by like some certain like protections we could set up. I don't want my guild sticking their fingers where it doesn't belong.
Lucent says it'll be up to her what she wants to do. There's not many people left out here. And the seat of power is a crater.
I'm figuring that this is the new capital.
Just want to make sure the kobolds get proper representation, and the goblins.
Yeah, that's all in the cards too.
Absolutely. And the
Oh, we've
kobolds at
already
least
got the
are
paperwork for them drafted.
exactly. The kobolds are already established. I remember going through the efforts of getting that stuff taken care of. It helped legitimize Montlaren's claim to power here.
Not needed though. You got a princess.
Yep. Now that we got a princess, though, that pivots my plan just a little bit, but only just.
It's all in service of the goal of rebuilding Vess anyway. So
You got it. The growth of the humanities, or you know, the personities.
yep, the Folkanities.
There you go. Thank you.
Oh, I copied Missy it twice. Whoops. Um, Days pass here and there as you get things together and figure out what's going to be happening next. At a certain point, Kuro gave the princess a haircut, and they found her some clothes that she can actually move around in. So the next time you see her, she is running around with the other kids.
Oh, lovely. So I would have asked, as I said there in chat, to Lufael to ask if she's going to be coming back with me during the celebration, once the celebrations are over, or if she plans to stay here for a little bit.
I don't really know. I'd hate to just leave. I'd stay here for another year or two at least. Plus, there's still so much stuff that we didn't even see in the zone. I mean, there's going to be loads of shifted stuff everywhere that we could probably find, and I'm sure the commission's going to have lots of work to do anyway. Plus, the Star Tower, I really would like to go and see what's left of that, and maybe we can salvage something out of it. Um, I'd feel like a fool if I just left all that behind. So, um, maybe later.
I see. Yeah, there might be a lot left for you to check out here, and if not, there's definitely other star towers. you could potentially learn a little bit more about those. Have you gotten any letters from your family? I haven't gotten hardly any communication.
Well, we are far out here, so not a whole lot. But that's okay. Now that we're done, I'll probably make more time to write back, and the mail will go faster. I don't have to wait a week between camps.
Yeah. Be able to sail in from the bay instead of having to go across the hills, so that'll be nice. Oh, the bay. We forgot to tell her about that monster that turned out to be a doll.
Yeah, I thought about it, but we were way past that point. It's at that point.
Yeah.
Alpha showed her the doll.
Alpha showed her the doll, yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
He mixed it up with something else, but he showed it.
I did.
Lucent says, Green, Naya, what about you two?
I need to go home.
Okay.
And I basically have some things to clean up with family. And then I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. I may just end up coming back here because there's nothing really left for me in my home. Unless there's a war or something. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to tell from way over here. My home is very, very far away. But I need to go
Well,
home, make peace with that, and then I'll have to see what's next.
I'm sure by the time you get there, even they will have heard of your business out here. So
It's possible. I don't know. I know that my father and my uncle have done some traveling. I got word of that. But otherwise, I think I've been pretty much left alone out here. But I need to repair some things, some old things from with my family. So I need to make sure I do that. And then I don't know, we'll have to see. I don't know that there's much left for me there except going ahead and repairing things. I left when I was only 15, so it was a long time ago now and need to heal the breach a bit.
Yeah. I getcha. That makes sense.
Amber Green, what are your plans?
I want to stick near to the princess and the other kids, and just kind of be the storyteller and keeper of histories, and learn what I don't already know from grandmother and the teachings and such. But otherwise, just kind of pop in and out over time to kind of tell stories that, of course, guide and impart my character's extremely high wisdom that I may not reflect when I hit the button and speak. But also play the songs and things. And yeah, exactly, right. Kind of teach the kids, keep flock. And if anything terrible ever happens, I can see it happening ahead of time and cut it off. Because while I seem unassuming and storytelling and haha, funny guy who plays the songs and all this, I'm actually kind of powerful.
that's good. We can use you here.
Before I go,
Yeah.
there are definitely two things I'd be looking to do. One, try to figure out where Zoramos went off to and give him that duel he was looking for. And two, find out if Benny is still around and give him a duel.
I think those things would be easy for you to do and wouldn't take too long. They're pretty big targets. You'd be able to find the jet who streams around the mountain peaks anywhere in the southern Redshift zone, and without the storm to stop you, it wouldn't be too long before you bumped into each other. And Zoramos, you'd really just have to follow the hey, did anybody see a giant recently around the Empire? Um, although he might have gotten all the way down to Kotara right now by now, where it's warm. So that's a bit of a hike, but not too bad.
Sure, I could find my way there.
Well, I could probably go with you for a ways. That's on my way back home.
True. Yeah, I mean, pretty much everything's going to be out west for people who are leaving. Um,
But once again, after all the celebrations, parades, and festivities, and all of that sort of stuff, I can hang around to be celebrated.
the set eventually says, "Boy, has anybody seen Holtzman anywhere?"
I thought he was back there.
You know, I had asked about Holtzman when we got back down to see if he was among the group or not. Someone said yes, I thought.
Yeah, I thought I saw him back here.
Yeah,
It's the
I've
tent.
barely seen him since we got back to all things.
I'll drop by the room he usually stays in.
This is not the room he usually stays in. This is his storehouse. He
Oh,
appears to be hiding.
Stop by the room he usually stays in. You know, by the flour sack.
he's hiding.
He may feel a bit of fish out of water kind of quality.
Well, and he's younger now than the princess remembers.
Right.
Yeah, and
There
My
might be
asshole, he
some
says,
discomfort for some of those folks.
"You did a good thing. Really." I can't express that enough to you. But the princess is here now. I can't face her at this point. What am I supposed to do?
It was an honest mistake. Help raise the country back. It's the least you could do. It's the same thing I'm doing. You're great whatever, and we got some business dealings in the works here with some pretty powerful allies. And honestly, I think it would help me in general if I had somebody who had a very close vested interest in the state of the new kingdom that's arising. You don't want me, some empirical empire person, just taking over.
Accidental though it may have been, millions of people met an agonizing end by my hand, including her parents.
Well, the least you can do to pay that back is establishing a new home for millions of people. You had a whole new life ahead of you. You don't even remember the same magic you knew before. Just think about it. Come work with me and your great relative. You guys kind of have like a similar hairline too.
Yeah, I've seen. He's I suppose my name lost a lot of its pride back then. That's what I hear. Double decked. Oh God. Uh,
Yeah, you know?
He says again, well, if she wants to rebuild Vessalt, I suppose I have no choice.
Right, right. And we need the brightest and the the most experienced to have that happen.
Fine. 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 Just that thing, that locust, where is it? Do you have it still? What happened to it?
Vaughn sucked it
You
up.
didn't it?
Didn't one of you
No,
guys
I
pick it up?
Yeah, yeah.
remember Amber Green scooped it up.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, oh, you mean this thing? Pulled it out of his pocket.
Vaughn
Exactly.
has it.
Yeah. I've been feeling more, like maybe I have a calling.
Bard has it. Yeah.
Fine, I'll help, but only if we throw that thing into the volcano.
Yeah. You want to throw it into the volcano?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, we can
I'll go with
make
you.
that happen.
Good.
Just so I can get any pent up out of it.
I don't think we need that.
Nope.
Here.
I'll make sure you do it too. I'll just go just to make sure it happens. I just want to see it happen.
It just rips things out of, I'm happy for the knowledge I gained out of it, that there's an Alvis Tapper here in everywhere and everything.
One of them really did ride an alligator.
Makes me feel very confident in myself.
Then at a certain point, you all go on a boys' trip along with Dex to yeast that fucking thing into a pit of molten rock.
I'm sure I wrote a song about it.
Who's the one who actually pitches it?
Well, of course, I would always be playfully excited to try to do it.
Holtzman doesn't care too much who specifically does it, so if nobody else is claiming it.
I was gonna say he should do it, but I'm just gonna make sure that nobody one rings this crap.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my sling and I'm gonna make it a long shot so it goes really high and then bloop.
If he sees that you're excited to do it, he'll say, "Go ahead. I think you are."
I think Holtzman should be the one to do it.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not there to do it. I'm there to make sure it's done.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's a lesson, but I mean, I don't know.
Holtzman would probably get the most satisfaction out of it, and that's important if he's going to hang around and live.
You'd think he just wants to see it gone. Alvis Tower, you sling it into the lava, and it bubbles and cracks. And there's a great spark.
Nice.
Before it sinks. Dex says, "That's one more trouble gone." It would have been nice to keep it under preservation, but I suppose the last person who
beast
put
was
it in
the
a
only
museum.
Well,
What?
and somebody would want to steal it and use it and tinker with it again.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
you don't know that beast was the only one out there. You don't want to open
Right.
that window again.
Definitely
Exactly.
not. And I suppose it belongs in a museum was what the last person who put it in a museum must have said. So
Yeah, yep. See, I'm gonna even establish a museum here. Funded
We'll build a
by
replica. It'll be if you ever see one of these, eat it into the
A
magma.
museum replica. Yeah, right. Exactly.
I even
Something
need
like
to
this
establish
caused a lot of
one.
problems once.
And no, I don't want that there. I'll paint a target on my back.
By the time you all get back from that little excursion, you'll catch Ceres in conversation with Van and Lucent. And approaching, it sounds like it's going in the direction. Are you sure? We have a lot of people here who could help you. And she says, no, I don't know.
If they want a normal life, they want a normal life.
I don't see the point. I don't really see the point of pretending all this belongs to me.
That's a pretty radical idea. You know, you could get people to follow behind that kind of idea and be the whole place behind it. Like, the only other option is, you know, for the Empire to come in here and start making trouble for those friends we made along the way.
Well, I want to help them too, but I don't really know what I can do. I mean, almost everybody who was here is gone. My mother and father are gone. Miss Ailita's gone.
Boltzmann is still here.
Yeah. But he's not a Veshan anyway.
No.
He's from Kalasha. So
What's that matter?
Fashion is where the heart is. If you want to make a new home, then I understand.
I don't know. There's not even a crown anymore. All of the symbols of office were in the tower, and those will be buried or gone now.
I mean, I got this fashion crown right here.
I think that might be one of the ones we gave to the.
Yeah. You put it on his head.
Oh wait, that one? That's not the one that you got from the festival, is it?
No, that's
No. It's
the one I.
one you found in the Dragon Court, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. She'd recognize it as one that they must have given to one of the lords of one of the cities.
I'm
At a
decked
certain
out
point.
in fashion jewelry.
Um,
I'd
but
like to.
the and everybody in the commission is working so hard to help, and you've done so much, and you don't even live here either. I mean, I know some of you want to stay, but a bunch of people want to go back to their homes too.
Other people would replace them, I'd imagine.
Yeah. There's also the Naiad. She's more Veshan than you are. Literally born of the land.
Water.
That's true, Eska says. And, well, it's not all that unusual for a princeling to take a little sabbatical while they're young and come back later.
Oh yeah, name a region.
I can do that, she says.
Oh yeah. I mean, you are what was the Beshan group? Empire? You are the Empress now. If you would,
Queen, I think.
there you go.
Right. Yes.
Or you don't have to think about yourself that way, and you're just yourself. And you can take some time to learn things, enjoy things, and experience things out there, and see the world and see different cultures and try different sorts of foods and stuff. Then when you come
I'd
back
probably shadow
around,
her if she was going to do that. So maybe not make it obvious, but make sure that nobody went to kidnap the very last Veshan princess.
and then
Okay.
once you come back here, if you feel like it, maybe you'll feel a little bit more inclined to take up some role of responsibility, or maybe not. Maybe you'll have found a passion along the way. You don't have to. You don't have to be royalty.
Yes, Sky
Well,
Sailor.
as long as I am right now, Mr. Grantessel, you're the regent.
Oh,
You have to take care of this place, and if I decide to come back later, then I'll do that.
Just what you wanted.
Better be nice. Yeah.
Hey, you already got the crown.
you sent.
Is that
Oh,
okay, Miss
shit.
Jessica? I think I'll be fine. I can put him through his paces.
It'll be a green city with running and flowing water, just like the land. Oh,
And
leave it
everywhere
alone.
else, too, she says. You're going to have to fix everything. Orvis and Jose and Ophiwell. And
I am very interested in the technological wonders of your time.
all the stuff I broke.
It wasn't you. It was an extra dimensional entity.
Yeah, but
That he invited to dinner.
I remember most of it, so.
And lucky for you, when you're going out on your adventures, just use a copy of this letter of introduction. People will know that you are connected to some high fucking people.
Definitely true.
Very kingly. Very kingly.
Super high people. People who are high.
Lucent says, well, before you recruit her to your group,
Oh no, I want her separate from the group.
yeah,
Aware of its existence. Absolutely not. My group is a cult that shouldn't, infect this cherished land any more than me.
you will need some protection from people who'd rather a long lost princess didn't reappear. We haven't
Indeed.
told the whole truth to our people back home just yet.
Oh my god. Lucent, are you serious?
Well,
I mean,
I
you
didn't
lie
think
in
it
your
would.
reports too?
No. I just didn't think it would be prudent to mention the princess lives until we know exactly what she wants to do.
Okay, I see you. I see you.
So
That'll be a
The
fun message.
well, the work needed, Albus Taver, to get you something like a regency shouldn't be too far off, and even without her authority, uh, the Empire is probably more than willing to give that to you, assuming you're under their cooperation in a sense.
Absolutely. But first and foremost, I bow down and I give her my sword and I say, I swear to you, fealty.
Tessiras?
Yeah.
She's obviously been taught enough that she understands the gesture and how to almost how to properly accept it. And she says, good, then you can stand up and you can.
Thank you. As you were, Lucent.
What was that?
I said, as you were, Lucent.
Well, now that that's settled, uh, until she decides to come back, she can just be a regular girl for now.
Aye. A spectacular, exceptional, regular girl.
It was well
Save the
protected.
world.
Right.
Surely you'll stay and help me out with some of this deeper paperwork stuff, right, Lucent?
Happy to. I mean, I was just getting good at writing with my left hand, but so I could use the practice on the other one again.
Oh, well, once you get the other one in practice, you can write them twice as fast using both hands.
Then after that, well, I do have a little estate, a little ways out of the city. So, Princess or Cirrus, if you'd like to have somewhere to live for a little while, then I have plenty of space.
Lucky you get to go to her estate. I've only heard rumors about it.
It's either that or the mystery house. I wonder if the mystery house still disappears.
Oh, what mystery house?
What was that? I forgot.
The one up in the hills.
Nope, they still don't know. They don't remember, boss.
You'll be escorting us back across the countryside, won't you, Regent?
Oh, but of course. Do you want to ride Keen? I will walk, as is my duty.
I'm a little too big for her.
Just a tad. I didn't want to say anything, but heat of the moment.
And not that I'm used to throwing parties, but one might not be so bad.
That does sound like a good thing to do.
You should totally take Holtzman with you, Princess.
Lurk. She nods and Lucent says, that might be a good idea as well. At least for a little bit till he can get on his feet.
I mean, he's probably the only person on Earth, or sorry, on this world that knows how she feels.
Yep.
Um, he says, well, you don't have to talk about me like I'm not here.
I mean, you're the one who chooses to lurk in the background. The only other person I could do it to right now is Kurosawa, Sharp, or Jabberlax. Jabberlax is too close, and so it would be considered social faux pas.
If you did it to me, you know I'd smack you.
Oh, you're one of the aces. You're immune to that kind of talk.
Yes.
He says, if you'll have me, Mr. Mira, I'll help out where I can, and only till I can find some kind of work or something.
Well, I mean, you're working for, keen minds and sharp knives. You already have a job. Your job is
Oh,
to protect the princess.
uh,
And I will pay you. Don't you worry.
uh, all right then. I suppose I will.
So you'll have a mailed salary and everything. It'll be the perfect normal adventure.
Um,
I would,
that's
though,
it, gang.
recommend you
Oh yeah,
take
but
on some schooling at some sort of wizard academy so you can get your magic prowess back.
Holy shit!
That's
How
in the
many
cards.
years?
How many years did this game take? I started it in 2018.
Yeah. 7 years.
7 years,
That's
guys.
pretty
Nearly.
awesome.
I don't mean to cut it off so short, but I got to skate to my wife, whom I
That's
don't
okay,
want
dude.
to walk through the dark city all alone at 1 a.m.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for being Alvis Taver
No, thank you for DMing.
now
Absolutely.
and forever.
If you need me to do anything to the character sheet for your world anvil or whatnot, just message me.
I will be collecting the character sheets before I delete my Roll20 account. So
Fantastic.
never fear. All that stuff will be saved in a useful spot. And yes, if you need to head out quickly, then go right ahead. Have fun. Thank you for
Love
joining
you.
every week.
Thank you. Cheers. I really
Delighted to
enjoyed
have
this so much. I'll be around for next game, dude. Totally.
thanks
as
for an awesome
soon as I
campaign, dude.
possibly can.
Now, I want to ask, how long did you originally think the campaign was going to run?
This was meant to be a side campaign for about a year or two while some of my other group buddies from work got their shit together.
Did you
Yeah, you
leave
said-
Well,
for
it
I
was
remember right.
originally a West Marches campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was a drop in, drop out thing.
Yep. So, in the future, before I die, I will do one West Marches in full. That's intended to be done the full way. Using what I learned from this one to make it work better. Because there are many, many things to fix. But in the scope of this game, it could not possibly have gone better at the end. So very well done, everyone.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, man, it was really cool.
It was. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with my Friday nights now. I mean, it's been
Neither
my
do I. Well,
my
I'm
Friday
gonna.
night life for how many years? Almost 6 years.
I'm gonna, I suppose,
Right?
be working on the next one, so I'll just have to. Maybe I can do a little like secret live stream spoilers or something occasionally.
Okay.
Um,
I did buy both a sub to roll 20 against my better judgment and the modules to run Paranoia, which is by no means a 6+ year game.
yeah.
It's absolutely we would do one shots, and if those one shots were
One-shots,
like
yep.
in the next
Yep.
episode, then that's how you run them. And I'd be happy to do that. I was waiting patiently until we had a gap.
Cool.
But
Dude, yeah.
maybe we do that, and then you can play.
Yeah, I would love to. As long as as long as I can fit it in like my time zone schedule, but I will make time if needed.
Well, and they would be shorter episodes probably too, depending on how stingy you guys are with your lives.
All right. As a final gift, this is by no means a hard limit, and we can talk about the game whenever we want in the Discord later. But I will give you all a full, true answer to one question that you have about the game before we go.
Well,
Okay.
you had told us that at the end of it you would reveal all the loot we missed in all the different places. Are you still planning to do that? Because I want to see that.
Did I say that?
Yeah.
You did not actually miss much loot that I had planted. Most of the stuff you got, I think there might have been a couple of small trinkets from some of the dragon kids that you might have overlooked, like really small ones, or like tiny bits of treasure. The only really big one was the mask hidden in the vault that you guys permanently locked by accident. Um, that was
Oh, with the bull.
that was one of the threads that did not get developed.
And so what was the whole like super item? What did it do when it was constructed?
It was a mind. I can spoil this because it's never going to come into play ever again because you guys locked it down. Um, it was a major mind control mask that could be amplified to catastrophic degree.
Oh
Oh,
wow.
crazy.
Well, it isn't exactly locked away forever. We just need Nimbus to come back at a higher level and he can
See,
open the damn thing.
he's after the loot. He is.
Well, the other one I was thinking is when we killed the spider and nobody went down into the nest, what sort of loot was in there?
Oh boy, I'd have to fucking check. I don't even have the map anymore because I had to delete them all
Yeah, it's long ago.
to try to preserve lag. So if there was any loot written down, I think it would have been on that battle map. Probably just a little bit of money treasure, honestly.
Okay. It was in the first year that you had mentioned about that, and you made me think that we would just missed like everything in that tomb and everything in that spider den, and then there were like a few oddities and points of interest that like did we
Oh, there
totally
were a
miss?
couple of scrolls that you guys never used. That tiny spooky skull was a scroll of fear.
Oh,
Oh, cool. Interesting.
And there was a scroll of protect from good and evil. That was a like tapestry drawing from the zombie tomb that I
oh,
think
neat.
also Montlaurent had picked up.
Yep, that was me.
Yep, that
Told
was
you it
also a
wasn't very
scroll.
smart. That's butter.
Who is
Oh
my
yeah.
goddess?
Oh, nice.
Oh, what was that?
Who was my goddess?
Um,
My
you followed
patron.
you followed Ysalandrith, the um, goddess of pure chaotic emotion, all emotions. Um, and since that was a very simple question, let me give you another piece. Uh, The reason that all of the gods in the plains didn't come down to fuck with the Redshift and fix it is because she was the first one to try to do anything about it. One of her angels got trapped inside, and the secretary used it to planarly obscure the existence of the tower and the Redshift from the eyes of higher beings.
Which is what we were experiencing when we could see it, but knew that it was like we knew it was there.
This didn't directly affect you, but it's a world explanation for why the divines have not been actively solving this problem for the past 1,000.
Gotcha. She inspired me, man.
She did. Yeah, she managed to sneak through. She managed to spot that some. It was like she said in your last vision that she could not see it, but she could see the absence.
Yeah.
There. Hold on. I've got him right here. Let's see. Don't I got him right here? Where did he go? Did I delete it? Hold. 1 sec. Could be in here. What the fuck have I done with him? Allies? No. No. Doc. No. I guess I never uploaded it because maybe I forgot and then you guys missed it. Okay, let me make the handout right now then. Where's he at? Some tokens. Where the fuck did I put this? What? Am I done? Hold on. I might be done. Da, da, da. I fucking drew this thing and like took a screenshot of the drawing. Where the fuck did I put it? It wouldn't be in monsters. Oh, maybe it's in the map. Yeah, there it is. There he is. Okay.
Crazy.
That
Crazy.
black diamond that you failed to open had the angel inside. You missed him. He was going to give you a little boon if you saved and some information. But he's dead now, and has gone back to heaven.
Oh,
Well, that's good at least.
see, I got an extra answer. Do angels die? Yes.
Yeah, they're like devils and demons. If they die on the material plane, they go back to their home plane.
Nice.
So, what was the beast?
Yeah, I can fully explain that. I basically fed it to you through Holtzman, because Naya told me that she wanted him to help you into the future, and rather than give you information from the past. So the true facts of it are that it simply accidentally attached itself to the desire to make sure she was unharmed. and anything that could potentially be a harm response, even like getting startled by a bird flying past the window. Um, that's every redshift over the 1,000 years.
Well, yeah, sorry. To be clear, when I'm asking the question, I mean, like, was it an outer god, a great old one? What, like, what was the beast?
Oh, just a thing from the outer planes. So the far realm. Not
Gotcha.
anything so big as a god. Just something that got caught something that got caught in an open window.
That's cool.
If it
Yeah, I don't
had
know that we could have killed it if it was actually a god.
if it had eaten her, it would have lost its tether to this world and disappeared forever. So, to be clear, at the end, there was no possible scenario for you to have the redshift continue. Once you got past the point, the redshift was over either way.
Right.
Your task at the end was saving her life.
I'm glad we did.
You did it splendidly. You identified the. Let me show you the last bit of that gate. Because I spent so long on it. Just kidding. This was the easy part. So that was what was that? That was number 4, and then number 5, and then no, sorry, that one's number 5. Oh, excuse me. And then finally, this would have been the bad thing to happen.
Yikes, that's pretty rad.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a cool fight.
It was.
Thank you.
That's also like that piece has a classic tattoo vibes. You like put that all as a kind of a wraparound sleeve.
With
Oh,
the
yeah,
whitish with the whitish bluish, it kind of looks like a shark of some kind.
I kind of see it. But mainly it's the the flower in black.
Totally.
Yeah, that's a really cool image.
Yeah, I love it. Sequence, dude.
Yeah, I agree. That was awesome.
Very cool.
Paul,
man.
you're last
Again,
up.
thank you very much.
Wait, Paul didn't ask a question yet. You got one.
Oh,
you
no,
got
I'm not
one.
leaving. I'm just saying
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
I honestly, I think my questions have been answered.
You got nothing? No burning mystery that you
No, I had
forgot
some a
about?
couple of years ago, when we would have conversations on Discord, in the chat. But I think they all eventually got answered. Really it came down to Naya's choices at the end in terms of what she'd do, and leaving it open like that. It's like, I don't know, I'll make something up.
If you
I think there's one thing left. There's
Okay.
one Klingon.
Yeah.
I never used the Fey horn. What would it have done?
Oh shit! I was even gonna set that up, and I honestly forgot to put the stat blocks in. It would have summoned Ghost of those dudes to come in any fight that you were in, and they would have fucked shit up.
Okay, so what I was thinking of for an exit for Naya is to sound the horn and give them back their horn.
That's pretty legit. Yeah, that's cool.
Because it was very generous and very kind of them to offer it. And at the end, I'm glued to my screen, squinting at it because it's such a small fucking screen. And, it's like I have my button on Windwalk.
Yeah.
ready to go. And I forgot all about the horn. I just forgot all about it. Last session, I was ready to use it any second, had my finger on the horn. This
Right.
time it was finger on Windwalk, and I forgot all about the horn.
Okay, let me tell you the one thing that's really fucking funny, actually. Hilda was a green hag.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
I
I
was
wondered.
I was
That's
going to ask
funny.
you about her.
That's funny.
She fucked off when you guys got too big for her.
I
That's
see.
hilarious.
She was going to cause a lot of havoc very early game, but then you guys leveled up, and she was like, if I blow up their obelisk, they're going to kill me. And then she left.
Fair enough.
That is hilarious.
What is the definition of a green hag?
That's just like standard hag.
What's a hag?
Hansel
and
like,
Gretel.
A witch?
yeah,
Like a woods witch?
I was gonna say Hansel and Gretel, yeah.
Okay.
Baby eaters.
She tricked you into killing the spiders that were eating the evil bugs.
Okay. And then it worked, and she's like, see you, bye.
She was gonna fuck with you guys some more, but yeah, he leveled up, and then it became ineffective.
And so she poofed. Okay.
Yeah, she just bailed out.
Like hags are one to do. Yeah, that's funny, man.
Yeah,
No,
they're very,
completely
very
take
selfish.
us.
If someone
I mean,
stayed
I think
there,
we
would
have
they have
wondered about Tilda
actually?
over the years.
Oh yeah, you have several times over the years. Yeah,
If
said like, where is she?
someone had stayed at her home, would they have been protected from the Redshift or no? Like when she had actually left.
I don't think so. I think you would have been screwed there. I probably would have given you some kind of warning to get out, like the ground around you shifting even inside the house, so that you would leave if you were not stupid. But yeah, that would have gone poorly for people.
Gotcha.
Awesome, man.
Fun stuff.
Yeah, super rad.
I have made several promises for future campaigns, but the next mega campaign, West Marches, which hopefully won't last 7, is my 4th next campaign. So I'll let everybody know when that happens in about 15 years.
Okay. I'm still
Alright.
alive.
Sounds
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
Looking forward to Proud Heart and the TTRPG.
Fuck
Oh.
yeah.
Are we still on Twitch?
Yeah. Should
Okay.
I wrap it up?
We can wrap it up, right?
All
Yeah,
right.
that would be
Thanks everybody for
Good.
watching this
Inadvertent
final
plug.
episode, and be sure to keep an eye out for more D&D.
Yeah, buy my video game when it comes out, Zelda.
Hashtag.